Today's date is Thursday, March 28th, 2024. The purpose of this meeting is to hear requests for variances from the Newark zoning and land use regulations under authority of the municipal land use law. If you're an applicant for a D or use variance, you should be aware that such a variance can only be granted after showing that special reasons for the grant of the variance exist, and that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the zoning plan of the city of Newark. You should also be aware that in order to be granted such a variance, you require an affirmative vote of 5 members of the 7-member Board of Adjustment. Other variances require a majority of 4 votes to grant the variance. If you're an applicant for any variance and your variance is denied by this board, you have a right to appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of notice of the decision, and that court may overturn the decision of this board. If you're an objector to any type of variance and the variance is granted, you too may appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of decision of this board. If you do file an appeal, I ask that in addition to any notice requirements imposed by statute or court rule, you provide a copy of your complaint with all supporting documentation to the zoning board secretary, who will ensure that it is passed on to board counsel. Pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting was provided by notifying the Star Ledger, the Jersey Journal, the Newark City Clerk, and posting a copy on the bulletin board in the basement of Newark City Hall. In addition to adequate notice under the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this remote public meeting, as permitted by statute, was placed on the City of Newark's website. Members of the public may notify the host that you would like to ask questions or make statements by using the raised hand feature at the bottom of your computer screen on the mobile device. If you're on the telephone, you can press *9 to alert us. I remind everyone in the audience that this is a quasi-judicial board, and if an appeal is taken, we're required to provide the Superior Court with a copy of the official transcript of the proceedings. The chat is not part of the official transcript. So we want to make sure that your questions, the answers to your questions, and any statements you have are part of the official record. So please, I'd ask you to refrain from using the chat so we can make sure your questions, the answers to those questions, and your statements are part of the official record. Additionally, when you use the chat, it pops up on the screen. It's disruptive. It's akin to speaking out loud, out of turn, if we were meeting in public. So I'd ask you to refrain from using the chat. Thank you in advance for doing so. The meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Member Hall.
Present.
Member Hardesty. Member Hardesty is present. Member Comesañas.
Present.
Member Jones.
Present.
Member Cobian.
Present.
Member Torres.
Present.
Vice Chair Mumford. Chair Alfont.
Present. Vice Chair Mumford, we can barely hear you. Are there any requests? Try again.
Present.
A little better, but still a little rough. Are there any requests for adjournments or postponements? Requests for adjournments or postponements. If there are requests for adjournments or postponements, please raise your hand.
Good evening.
Council, Ms. Perez, how are you? Are you
Good.
requesting an adjournment or postponement?
I am. I'm seeking an adjournment.
On which case?
Application ZBA 21-26.
This is application ZBA 21-26, 548, 562. It says Broadway Avenue. It's a new one for me. Are there any persons with any interest in application ZBA 21-26, 548, 562 Broadway? If so, please identify yourself by raising your hand. You can do so by putting the cursor at the bottom of your computer screen or mobile device, clicking on the raise hand feature. If you're on the telephone, please press *9. I'd ask you to do so now. I see a raised hand on the telephone. The telephone number ends in 616. Can you identify yourself? Telephone number ending in 616.
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Geraldine McNulty.
Hi, Ms. McNulty. Are you here regarding 548, 562 Broadway?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll come back to you. I see no other raised hands. Counsel, you're appearing
Yes,
for the record.
Yes, Jennifer Carrillo Perez Foley on behalf of the applicant, which is the entity itself is Mr. George Caban, but it's 560-562 Broadway LLC. So we are respectfully requesting an adjournment to the next available meeting. I spoke with your board secretary earlier today. I believe the date is May 30th. I understand you have a full agenda this evening. So we do have some cleanup items on our end that we'd like to tend to. So I'm respectfully requesting an adjournment and would preserve notice and would waive all statutory time periods.
Counsel, I wonder if you would agree to, if you have a poster up, change the date on the poster.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem.
Thank you. Ms. Mejia, what's the next available date?
May 30th.
You're right, Counsel.
Great.
Can I have a motion to adjourn this matter to May 30th?
Move it.
Motion, Comisarios. May I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Cobian. Call the roll, please.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Member Comisarios.
Yes.
Member Jones. Member Cobian.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Chair Alfant.
Yes, matters adjourned till May 30th. Your notices remain in effect.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you,
evening.
Counsel. Have a good evening. Ms. Moore, are you requesting an adjournment?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. It's the last matter on tonight's agenda is DBA 21-72, 58.60 Bruin Street.
So this is application ZBA 21-72, 58-60 Bruin Street. Are there any persons here with an interest in the Bruin Street application? If so, please identify yourself by raising your hands. You can do so by putting your cursor at the bottom of the computer screen, pressing on the raise hand feature. If you're on a telephone, please press *9. I'd ask you to do so now. Ms. McNulty?
Yes.
Are you here on the Bruin Street matter?
No, I'm here for the the tower on Market Street.
Okay. Well, bear with us. We're not there yet. There is a phone number ending in 399. I wonder if you can identify yourself. Phone number ending in 399. Plus, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself. Phone number ending in 399. Can you press *6 to unmute yourself? Hi, can you identify yourself, please?
You got yourself on video again.
Huh?
You got yourself on video.
Well, let's take me off video, Mark.
Phone number ending in 399. Can you identify yourself, please? This is the last call for to identify yourself.
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me now?
Yes. What is your name?
I apologize. It's a Jacob's case, ESBG.
Hi. Are you here on the Bruin Street matter?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Counsel.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Marcia Moore from the law firm of Post Paul on behalf of the applicant 58 Broadway LLC. Due to the number of matters on the agenda, we are respectfully asking for an adjournment. Similar to Ms. Carilla Perez, I've already spoken to the board chair. It's my understanding that May 30th is already full, and the next available meeting may be June 13th, which is agreeable if the board so wishes to provide that date.
Okay, let's, someone by the name of Shivani Hurry. Could you unmute yourself? Can you turn your camera on? Shivani Hurry? Shivani Hurry, are you here on the Bruin Street matter? Last call?
Shivanti is a colleague of mine.
Okay. So I'll assume they are not here on the Bruin Street matter. Can I have a motion to,
They are. Yep, please.
and Ms. Mejia,
Yeah, raise your
next
hand.
available date?
June 13th.
Can I have a motion to adjourn this matter to June 13th?
Motion.
Motion, Paul, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, I think it was Comisanias. Call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes.
Chair, if I may, if we could just consent that our notices are preserved, we will change the date on the sign, and then we consent to an extension of time.
I approve. I appreciate that, Council. Thank you. And the notices, of course, are preserved. Thank you. Good evening, Council.
Thank you. Hope to see you later. Thank you.
Any other requests for adjournments or postponements? Seeing none, call the first case, please.
The time is now 6:30 p.m. The first item on tonight's agenda is ZBA-24-02, located at 200-204, 206-208 Market Street, and 21-23 Edison Place. Block 164, lots 20, 23, 25, and 90 in the East Ward. The applicant is Prudential Pointe LLC. In the Living Downtown Redevelopment and Downtown Core Redevelopment Plan, the applicant proposes a 41-story mixed-use building with 514 residential units, parking, and retail use. Applicant is seeking a D6 variance for exceeding maximum permitted height on lot 90. C variance is for insufficient setback facing Edison Place, insufficient ground floor transparency on Edison Place, exceeding maximum transparency above ground floor Edison Place. Site plan approval is required. This application was carried from the March 21st agenda to this date.
The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to this property. It's located in Newark's downtown neighborhood, on the southern side of Market Street between Broad and Mulberry Streets. The total area is approximately 17,108 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of commercial and mixed-use properties, surface parking lots, and the Prudential Center Arena. Council, your appearance for the record, please.
Calvin Souter, here on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Council. And I see Mr. Skolnick, who I believe is representing at least one of the objectors, is also here. You want to enter your appearance for the record at this time, Mr. Skolnick?
Yes, Chairman, Richard Skolnick, from the law offices of Richard Skolnick, on behalf of Libby Heller and related entities that own some adjacent parking lots.
Okay, I don't believe there are any other counsel here, is that correct? If there are, please raise your hand. I see no raised hands. When we were last here, we had whizzed through two witnesses. I think we had just finished with the traffic engineer. Is that, am I correct there, Counsel Souter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let's proceed then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I'd like to just go ahead and call my architect, Murat Mutlu.
Mr. Mutlu, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please, you can put your hand down. Please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please.
Murat Mutlu from Architecture. We're the architects for the project. Office address is 330 West 38th Street, New York, New York.
Thank you. Counsel?
Murat, is your license active?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Counsel. Mr. Mutlu, have you appeared before this board before?
I have, yes.
And you were accepted as an expert in that prior appearance?
Yes, I was.
And is your architectural license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes.
We'll accept Mr. Mutlu as an expert in the field of architecture. Counsel?
Thank you. Murat, I know you put together an extensive presentation, so I'll just let you go ahead and present that.
Okay. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening again. We're here for the Summit Tower, located at 208 Market Street. Our firm has been engaged in performing other projects in downtown, including the Halo Towers, the Arc Tower, and Sussex Avenue. These are high-rise projects. We're just presenting this to show that we're committed to this. We have construction experience and operation experience in downtown, and we're using that experience to implement in this project as well. So our site here on Market Street, with the frontage on Edison Place as well, with Prudential, so across from us, and we are in. As this is a screenshot from the planner's report. Our zoning lot is an assembly of multiple lots, subdivided by two districts, living downtown and downtown core district. Our majority lot area is in the living downtown, 65%, and the remaining is in the downtown core district. We are also in a historic district called Four Corners, and we presented our project to the historic board. We received their demolition and design approval. I'll quickly run through the sort of building exterior, and then we'll go into the variance and the interior of the building. So we looked at other high rises in our district. There's 744 Broad Street, which is the tallest existing structure in the district. There's also 1180 Raymond Boulevard and 12 Commerce Street. These buildings are part of the historic district. There are also key buildings, and then there are some other high rises in the area, smaller in scale. We looked at architectural elements that was inspiring for us that repeated on across multiple buildings, and we try to use those elements, including arched sort of window openings, storefronts, ornamental metal details at the sort of the podium level of art. And then we looked at materials. Glass and metal has been a common material in the district. And then these high-rise buildings, you can experience it from far away. So the crown, the top of the buildings are also critical in their influence to the city skyline. So we looked at other examples in downtown, and then we looked at our own site, our two existing buildings, which are condemned and deemed to be demolished, have sort of repeating pilasters which we took and implemented in our Market Street elevation. And then these are the sort of scales of arched windows in downtown in the Four Corners district, which we're also implementing in our project. The existing towers have multiple volumes and faces setback, and then we're using similar strategy in breaking our volume of the tower. And this is a critical one that relates to our why we're here today. The podium is built full lot coverage, and the entire street face in Market Street. We're maintaining the continuity of the Market Street frontage, but as we go up, we're setting back the tower to respect the other sort of smaller historic buildings in order not to dwarf them and create a visual separation between the tower and the podium. That means we have an unused A rights on each side of the property, which we're taking and trying to use it in the back section of our property, which I'll show in aesthetic plans. So again, so the crowns of the buildings are that were interesting to us. We took similar elements, sort of pyramid shape, and sort of articulated, and then again the same concept of continuous frontage of storefronts and sort of low-rise buildings be sort of marginously being on the same plane. So I'll show you some perspectives of the building. This is looking sort of over Prudential Center, directly head on to tower. That's the Edison Place sort of facade with the parking entrances in the back and the tower, at least setback towards Market Street. And then more views of our project. This is the street elevation. Since our last hearing, we had an update on the garage door location. So I'll show you the update based on the engineering feedback.
Mr. Mutlu, we're getting a little feedback, and I just have a sneaking suspicion we're gonna really want to make sure we have a good record here. That's so I don't know if you have another. I don't know what's causing that feedback, but
you mean acoustical feed?
We think it's coming from Member Hall. We're gonna mute Member Hall then. Let's see.
Okay. All right.
Good.
So this is the tower at night with the Prudential Center being here and the open space where sort of the crowd is on a game day, and then an aerial view of our building with the Prudential Center in the back, elevation of our Market Street elevation. So we received, based on this presentation, we received a conditional approval from the historic board, and the conditional approval was that we will match the height of, or we'll have the same elevation as 744 Broad Street building. So that's a sort of copy of the conditional approval from the agenda of the historic board. So we looked at existing drawings of 744 Broad Street. We looked at, we spoke to the facility managers and try to find the exact height. We couldn't get reliable information. So we asked our client to hire a professional surveyor to measure the existing height with drone, using drones. So we found the exact height of that building, and we used that. So since the historic board's review, our project was 46-story, it got reduced to 41 stories. So that was a change in the scale of the building. And then these are the material palettes we're using, glass and metal, precast.
Mr. Mutlu, so could you tell me exactly what the height of 744 is?
744 Broad has an elevation of 515.04.
And what will be the elevation of your building? And since you've decided to comply with that finding of the landmarks and historic preservation?
We are 514.65.
So you're
about 6 inches down.
Thank you. I'm sorry, please continue.
So elevations of the building, you have seen this. These are submitted over to the board. These are the material palettes with precast panels and ornamental metal. So the tower and cross section functionally, we have on the lower levels, the lobby facing Market Street. We have so 2 double-story high parking floors. We do have commercial on the ground floor next to lobby, and then there's some commercial space facing Edison Place over the parking entrance in the back facade. Apartments are scattered sort of in 2 sections of the building with a mechanical floor in between. And we do have an amenity on the roof level, which I will show floor plans of as well. So if you go into the building, there were questions about sort of our impact to neighbors during excavation. So we're building a tall building. Our excavation is going to be deep, but we intentionally set our cellar setback from the adjacent existing buildings. So our lot line is to here, but our cellar footprint is set back 10 feet from each lot line. So what that means is when the property is excavated, the sort of influence line from the adjacent building foundations would be far away from the excavation work area that we would need to build this building. So that was a strategy to respect and sort of create a safe construction environment. There are other ways of doing safety construction with higher walls, but I think this is using sort of standard methods without complicating excavation procedures. So this was an intentionally planned cellar for that reason. And then our original ground floor plan submission included a loading area on the sort of upper right corner of the floor plan facing Market Street. And then we had the stacking area and residential parking and sort of valet staging area in the back section. So we've received public comments, we've heard the engineering department. We actually had a meeting yesterday, and according to their feedback and sort of our conversation, we had agreed to come up with a scheme that would allow the loading circulation to be coming. The ingress would be from Edison Place for the trucks. And they can be sort of back into this loading area within the building, and they will exit out forward to Market Street. So this way, we're eliminating any back-end situation from Market Street into the building. And then if there's a game night, we will also have a residential parking exit from Market Street as well. So our traffic engineers will talk more about it. But from a building exterior perspective, the loading dock was here, is just simply moved to the opposite end. So we mirrored the elevation. But we kept the same functionality that we used to have, the retail, the lobby. So all of that has been maintained, but we just have a different sort of, traffic flow within the building. So that is on the ground floor. On the upper floors, so if a passenger comes with a car, so they would sort of drop off their cars here. They'll take the elevator. The valet will take the cars into the elevator. The elevator comes to these parking floors. The parking floors have double high stackers around the perimeter. So all the cars that you see on the lot line, those are stackers. And then over the drive aisle, there is a suspended platform. So these are all mechanical sort of stacking systems operated by valet, not automated, manually operated. And so the passengers, the car owners would never go up to these floors. It's only valet access areas. So we have a total of 142 parking spaces in the podium of the building. And then as you go up, right over the parking level, we have an amenity floor with lounge areas, gym areas, and then our typical tower floor plan is sort of an L shape with a core in the center and a little building extension towards Edison Place. And then on the top floor, on 41st floor, we have another amenity floor with a spa, lounge, and swimming pool. So I'll go back to the district subdivision. So you remember this plan from the beginning, and that corresponds to this red line on the floor plan. So basically, we are intentionally not building on this sort of green hatched area, which is it's a little over 2,000 square feet of unused area, which we could have used and built to the adjacent property lot lines. But instead, we believe it's creating a better project, and we're respecting our neighbors and historic context better if we build that unused area in the back section. And what we're proposing in the back is less than 2,000 square feet. So that's about 1,900 square feet. So the unused area in the front, we're sort of pushing it to the back and keeping the same footprint that we would have had. And the podium is completely within the height limit in both districts. It's only this back section of the tower that is in the low rise district. And there's some photos of inspirational about what we're going to have in the building: golf simulator, gym, lounge spaces, co-working areas, and then swimming pool on the roof level with a view out, and spa as well. We are also considering to be an energy efficient building with green design features. So some of the concepts are provided here with electric vehicle charging stations, energy conservation, plumbing fixtures, and lighting fixtures. We are redeveloping an existing site, so that is also a sustainable development. And then I would like to show a mini animation of sort of a Market Street fly-through. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Good. So this is Market Street and Broad Street intersection was the beginning point of the animation, and it's the camera. The target is the building, and the camera moves sort of towards east. You can see how I guess the storefront sort of blends in, the podium blends in with the adjacent buildings with its precast, sort of opaque the cladded walls, and then the tower itself becomes this sort of a different but yet integrated object above this existing historic context. So that is the extent of my presentation.
Council, further questions for this witness?
Yes, Murat, can you go back to the foundation?
Sure. Yes.
So, Murat, with this, will we be disturbing any of the foundation walls of our neighbors as we prepare to build this building?
No, we would have to not disturb it. So,
let me ask the question a different way. Will we be leaving our foundation walls in place?
The existing building, our demo engineers and contractors are saying that we should. So, if you can see that these sort of red objects are the existing foundations that would remain in place. So that would be a layer of protection about the neighbor's foundation wall.
And our foundation wall, our new foundation wall will be, how far away from our neighbor's foundation wall will it be?
We're assuming they're built next to each other, those two walls.
Right, our current walls, but our new foundation walls, is there space between our new foundation wall and the existing foundation walls?
Yes, that's about 10 feet space here, like what I'm showing you.
So we'll put in will there be an additional almost 10 feet of soil compacted between our current foundation wall and our new foundation wall?
Correct, yes. So, and as a rule of thumb for excavation, if the soil conditions are good, usually you can excavate at a 1-to-1 ratio. So at a 45-degree, you can excavate this section of the land, and that will not interfere with the neighborhood. So, but once the existing buildings are demolished, we would have to do test pits and soil tests, and according to that, we will determine what that slope is. So that slope may be as I'm showing, or it could be maybe shallower, but according to further studies, we'll find out what that influence line is, and then we'll plan our foundation accordingly. So it's, we're calling it as an estimate influence line. So basically, under this line, we will not excavate, but sort of outside of this line, we will excavate.
But part of our goal is to ensure that our neighbors' properties remain fully intact.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, that is all for me. I turn it over to the board.
Well, thank you. Are there questions from the board for the architect? Questions from the board for the architect? If so, please raise your hand so I can see if there are raised hands. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you go back over the different amenities that you pointed out?
The pictures or the plans?
The pictures, then you could talk about each one, just kind of fast. I see an exercise room.
Yes. So I guess maybe I'll start here. So lounge areas for residents to sort of play, hang out, socialize. So activity area, billiard or football area. So again, part of the entertainment. And then a golf simulator, a gym class. We do have a party room for dinner or catering events. We are going to have quiet rooms for music or study purposes, and then some sort of workstations that people can collaborate. A fireplace or sitting around a fireplace, again, gym view, and also kids room in the building.
And these are located where at in the building? The top floor?
Top floor and also on the fourth floor.
I didn't hear anything about the laundry. Is it in the different apartments, or what are you doing about laundry?
Every unit has a laundry, a washer dryer, and a washer and a dryer stacked on top of each other.
In terms of sources of power for the stoves, is it electric or is it gas?
All electric. No gas in the units. The only gas in the project would be the generator.
And in terms of going back to what council brought up, the foundation, this is a big building. You got neighbors that have lower property. Just can you reassure us of the safety and walk us through? I didn't exactly see where the new foundation was going to be, and that it won't disturb.
Right. So is this this is our first floor. So that level is our first floor, and this is the cellar. So cellar is setback from neighbors about 10 feet on each side. And basically when we excavate next to an existing building, there's a 45-degree rule. So this soil section, we will not excavate. So whatever is left in this space can be excavated. So this building is going to have piles coming down, and the piles are going to need caps. So the pile caps will be in this space. So that they will be built within this area that we can excavate without undermining the neighbor foundations.
Go back again and walk us through the delivery section and how that's going to work a little slower than before.
Okay, sure. So this, I'll show you the new scheme.
And excuse me for interrupting you. Do we have? Did you submit this to the board?
This was generated yesterday based on the recommendations of the engineer.
Okay. Have you submitted a copy to the board yet?
I'll have to defer to the council.
Okay. Please continue.
So the trucks would come in from Edison Place.
Mm-hmm.
They'll come into to that point where the arrow is, and then they'll back into this space. So where there's a truck here. So if somebody is moving in and out, they'll take out.
Mr. Skolnick, you're killing me with the use of the chat. Maybe you didn't hear me in the beginning. If you could refrain from the chat, you'll have plenty of time to object. Thanks. Please continue.
Yeah, so from the loading area, we have access to the service corridor to the building. So we have access to the backup elevator here. That's our service elevator going all the floors in the town. And then when this truck is done with loading or unloading, they will go forward to Market Street, and they'll make a right turn only, no left turn.
Go ahead.
And then the resident cars, they'll come in to this waiting area. They'll drop the car and the key with the valet, and they'll walk into the building to the lobby through these doors. So this is the access to the lobby, and there's a valet office and a waiting area. And the valet will take the car to these two elevators and go up to the parking floors. And when the resident wants to pick up the car, they'll come to the valet office. Or now some valet companies have apps. They'll send a text message to the valet, and the valet prepares the car, let's say within 10 minutes or 15 minutes of their arrival. By the time they come down from their apartment, their car will be ready downstairs.
So when they come in and they drop their car off, are they walking just on the sidewalk or the street, or it's inside? What is that walk like?
This is inside. This is entirely inside our building. On the first floor, fully covered. They don't go outside. They'll drop the car with the valet. They go into the lobby within the building, and then they'll take the elevators to go up to their apartments.
Thank you very much. I got it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Before you move away from this this exhibit, can you move over to?
This is Council Sauer speaking.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can you just provide us with a brief overview of the original plan that was submitted?
Yes.
Yeah, do we really need that? Do we really need that, Council?
I would just like to make sure, given.
All right. Let's do it quickly, though. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to get there too, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
So previously, our proposal was that the trucks would sort of come into this area and they'll back into our loading zone, and then they'll come out. But we had sort of a problem with the crosswalk in this area, so the trucks would have to go and sort of wait on the crosswalk and then back into the loading. So that was a disadvantage. So we wanted to overcome that, and that was the advice from the engineering department as well. And then the residential parking there was only one sort of gate where they could go in and out. And so if it was a game night with a lot of traffic on Edison Place, our residents would not have sort of a second option to travel outside the building. Whereas with this option, they can go out on Market Street on a game day.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, as long as council's on, we there, as a condition of approval, I guess from our last meeting, we talked about they would work with the city in terms of best delivery time. So I don't want. Well,
Council?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that last part?
yeah, we talked about in our last meeting that you would work with the city in terms of finding the best times for deliveries of when trucks would come in and out.
Yeah.
And that was a part of, I just want to, don't lose that. This is great, what's been done, but I don't want to lose that because I think delivery time is still very, very important here. So.
Yes. So I'd like to note for the record that we have, first, we are in agreement as a condition of approval that we will limit our delivery times. I would like to also request that as a condition of approval that we work with our city's engineering and planning staff to finalize the first floor layout and driveways. As you can see, given the last hearing and to where we are today, we've made some changes per the recommendations of the engineering and planning office. So that's what you're seeing today. Typically, we would do this without the benefit of actually being able to see it. But given the break between one hearing and the next, and our professionals working diligently and the city being open to working with us and being very generous with their time to get to this, we are showing you what we believe is the plan that the city would like to work through. But our original submission is still the submission set. The city has had the ability to see this. This has been sent to the city's engineers and planners. But we would be asking as a condition of approval that the updated plan or we be allowed to work with the planning and engineering department to finalize this plan, understanding that, but this was a work in progress over the last 7 days.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sauter, and I turn it back to the chairman.
Yeah, I guess I'm not quite sure what you're asking for, Mr. Sauter.
Just that, typically we have a condition of approval that there are items that haven't been fully worked through, that we would work through it with the planning and engineering department. We're asking that as a condition of approval tonight, that we have that same condition.
So I wonder if it could work like this. I wonder if we could agree that this will be part of your site plan, and we'll, if your application is accepted by the board, we may consider granting conditional site plan approval based on your applicant's ability to comply with the concerns and requirements of the city. If you can't comply, you of course can come back to the board. Is that something that you think might work here?
Yes.
Okay, good. Are there any other questions for the architect from the board? If so, please raise your hand. I'm trying to. Commissioner Hall, do you have any further questions?
I don't, Chairman. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? That's an okay. Mr. Moot, is it Mutlu?
Mutlu, yes.
Mutlu, Mr. Mutlu. Just on this new plan, looks quite interesting. I have a couple of questions. Is it your thought that this plan would allow entry and exit from and to Edison Street, depending on traffic patterns?
Yes, we are actually showing.
And that's, okay, that's much better for my old eyes. Okay. And that would be controlled by the valet? workers?
Yes,
And the old plan had parking queue spaces. Have we done away with those?
we still have it, just to make it easier to understand with these arrows. We still have this sort of stacking spaces.
How many stacking spaces do you,
6,
six?
yes.
6 stacking spaces.
They can technically park more cars there, but we have 6 clear spaces.
Uh-huh. And you said you could park more cars. How many more cars do you think, if in a pinch, you could park there?
I think that if exit is this way now in this condition, I can imagine a situation where we have 9 stacking here, because then it could be controlled by valet, so only 9 cars coming in, and if anyone is exiting, they'll exit to Market Street.
And can you show me, thank you, can you show me where a resident who has dropped their car off, where they enter the lobby? I don't see the door.
Sure. So they'll park their car on the stacking spaces,
Right?
give the key to the valet, then over to this area.
Okay, now I see it.
There's a vestibule.
Vestibule.
Right. Typically, these tall buildings have what they call a stack effect in the elevators. Every time we have a door into the lobby, we need vestibules to eliminate the sound of the elevators banging. So there's this vestibule area, and then from there you go into the lobby. The doorman is facing to Market Street entrance, because that's usually where maybe the strangers will come in. So the doorman is in sort of the front section of the floor plan.
You said that some of the amenities are going to be on the 4th floor. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Could you show us the 4th floor, please?
So we have 4 elevators. Those elevators go to all the floors. And we have sort of the game room in one section, kids play area, quiet sort of library corner, TV area. And so it's a big floor plate that we subdivide into multiple functions, library, meeting areas, and lounge area on this floor. So this floor is sort of more entertainment and relaxing, but the top floor is more. So we have sort of a spa on the top floor. And the gym is also on the top floor. So the same elevators go up to the 41st floor. So the swimming pool is on the right side with actual skylight on top of it, and the gym is on the opposite end. And we do have an outdoor garden on this, with the views on the top level.
Now, this building is going to consist of studio, 1 bedroom, and just a few 2 bedrooms. Is that correct?
Correct. So we have 242 studios.
Could you show me the smallest studio, the smallest 1 bedroom, and the smallest 2 bedroom, please?
Sure. This is our smallest studio, 467 square feet.
How large?
467.
Well, that is on the small end of a studio, wouldn't you say?
We have built studios in Newark less than that amount.
In Newark or New York? What was that?
Newark. In 300 square feet. I think there is no minimum size in the building code for an apartment or in the city's ordinance.
No, I did see that we were panned. The city of Newark did get panned for having small apartments. So I don't know if you saw that in the architectural journals.
No, I did not notice it. But there is, however, an occupancy limit per occupant. There needs to be X amount of square footage. So I can't testify for the exact square footages. I don't remember that, but they're generous numbers. Like a 4-person occupancy would be like maybe in the range of 300 square feet. It's not a lot. So we.
It's not a lot, is right.
Right. So the building code just says you need a 7-foot minimum 7 foot minimum and 70 square feet minimum room. And based on that, we configure the spaces. And the bathrooms and the kitchens are ADA compliant. They take a lot of space in comparison to the rest of the. We actually had a hearing a couple of weeks ago. You were absent, actually. We were approved conditionally for another project on Orange Street, and we were given, the planner accepted that we will have minimum 400 square feet studios. There we proposed less than 300 square feet, 350 square feet studios, but we were conditionally approved to increase it to 400 square feet.
A little larger than what you have here.
No, that was minimum 400, so we're at 467.
Okay. Where's the washer and dryer?
So each unit has a WD sign.
Yeah.
So every apartment will have it.
Take me to the 1 and the 2, please. Smallest one.
This is an 817 square feet, 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Again, a washer dryer. The master has sort of a walk-in closet and a private bathroom. The kitchen is right by the entrance, and we call this a split layout. So the living room in the center, the bedroom split on each side.
And that blue line on the exterior, is that all window?
Yeah, exactly. That's the curtain wall around the building. All glass. And the columns are sort of hidden, concealed in the partition. Our studios are generous. On the 1 bedrooms, we have sort of 1 bedroom with a sort of a den layout that's close to 950 square feet. So because of sort of the deeper floor plate in this area, we utilize it as sort of study space, which is open to the living space, so it gets sufficient light, daylight, and ventilation in compliance with the building code. But it's sort of we have 700 plus square feet 1 bedroom apartments. So I'll say our average 1 bedroom, our average square feet of 1 bedroom is 750 square feet. The 2 bedrooms are 817, and the studios are averaging about 480 square feet.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Further questions from the board? Seeing none, questions from the objector, Mr. Skolnick.
Good evening, Chairman. We certainly think this is an improvement on the prior plans, but I do have to note for the record.
Mr. Chairman, is there a question?
I'm allowed.
You know what?
Allowed to assert an objection.
Let's try and proceed and listen to each other. I want to move this along. Mr. Skolnick?
Chairman, I'm objecting to the consideration of the plans because they're not on file 10 days before the hearing as required by Section 10D of the Municipal Land Use Law. Simply stated, we haven't had a chance to look at these plans since they're not on file. We think it's an improvement. We think it's an improvement from what was there, but we are entitled, pursuant to the Municipal Land Use Law, Section 10B, that the plans be on file and available for public inspection. I note that they were not on file 10 days in advance. We haven't had a chance to review them, nor obviously has my engineer. What we see, we like so far, but we're entitled to 10 days per the land use law. I don't have any other questions for this witness, Chairman.
Well, Mr. Skolnick, I wonder if my suggestion about making this change and I'll call it the traffic pattern within the building. I wonder if my suggestion about and council's applicant's council's acceptance of seeing this as part of the site plan would allay your concern.
I'm not prepared to give up the objection, Chairman.
Understood.
The law requires 10 days. Law requires 10 days. I'm entitled to the 10 days. We do think it's an improvement. Don't get me wrong. My client's not objecting to the project, but it needs improvements. There's serious traffic issues, and we're entitled a 10-day review period to analyze. Council could have adjourned. That's the standard practice, actually. If you don't just present a significant modification. This is not a tweak to a plan, Chairman. But look, you want to go on, that's fine. I want to make clear on the record that I preserve the objection. We think it's an improvement. We think it's getting there. We wish we had time to look at it, maybe call Mr. Satter and say, if you do this, if you do that, it'll be great. But we're just seeing it for the first time tonight.
Understood. Are there anything further, Mr. Skolnick?
Not with this witness.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the public for the architect? Additional questions from the public for the architect?
Mr. Chair, can I just preserve the record to note that our original plan is still before the board, and we're showing you what conditionally was asked of us by the engineers and the planners.
So here's my concern here. The board has to know what we're gonna consider tonight, and and we have to know whether it's going to be the original submission or this amended submission. So I think I have a concern with what you're asking. We have to know what we're going forward with, council. So I think that's something that you're going to have to make clear to this board. Are we going to consider the plan as amended or the original plan? I think that's that's only fair to ask. But let's maybe we can get back to that. There are 3 panelists with raised hands, and there are 2 attendees with raised hands. Let's bring the attendees in. And screen name Marcus Nelson, can you turn your camera on and unmute yourself? Do you have a question for the architect, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir.
Could you state your name and address and ask your question for the architect, please?
Yes, Marcus Nelson, 198 Market Street. A few questions for you, Mr. Mitulin. First, let's see. Do you have any comparisons available between the current condition of this site and your proposed plan? Just kind of a visual of what's there right now versus what you would be putting there. Do you have that?
One slide. Would you like me to pull it?
Yes, please.
So this is the existing, but it's only showing our building. I think you were at 190. That's you.
Yes, 198. Yes.
Yeah, the image is cropped. So that's the existing.
Further questions, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, a few. So because, as you kind of see here, the podium of the building would kind of get pretty close to mine and on the other side, can you discuss a bit about what work is being done to mitigate kind of making sure that not only as you're building it, but once you have built the building, that it won't be too much of a disruption to myself or my neighbors on the other side?
What do you mean disruption?
I mean, in terms of having this new building that's taller compared to the existing structure, kind of from a structural standpoint, what is being done to ensure that it won't present any impact? And again, because it is right up against my building and that's on the other side.
So it is a heavy building, and it is going to sit on piles, and the piles will go to the bedroom. So normally, if you have sort of 2 different buildings with different weights, and one could settle or affect the other. But in this case, the piles are going deep down, where even if the bedrock would need to settle in order for your building have a sort of a foundation settlement. So from a sort of long-term sort of lifespan of this building, it would have no impact to your building. And during construction, because these buildings are close to each other for contractors to work in, and the pile work would be, so they won't be hammering in, they'll sort of drive in, so that's it creates less vibration, so less impact on the existing structures. Your building will have crack monitors and vibration monitors. They'll be controlled by engineers on staff, and with any deviation from standards, you'll be notified, the building department will be notified, and typically the construction will stop if there is a sort of deviation or a change in the acceptable levels of vibration. So that goes without the question. Nobody wants unsafe conditions or the building to be affected structurally.
Okay, two more. First, I see that the, I guess, loading area, and I guess now it's an exit, has been kind of relocated to kind of next to my building. What kind of impact would that have, I guess, on the sidewalk in terms of, are any cars going to be leaving while?
So loading traffic is not a lot, meaning it'll be maybe a few deliveries a day. But it's not like a parking garage activity. So you see maybe 2 trucks a day, box trucks, small moving trucks per day coming in, and they'll make a right turn on Market Street, so they won't make a left turn. So basically, you won't see the trucks in front of your building. But we will have pedestrian warning devices, so when a car gets close to the garage door, the sensor will trigger a sort of a sound, and the pedestrians will be going from.
Right. Can you show them in this iteration? Is there a new approach for the loading zone and where the trucks are going to be located? Because I think there's a thought that the loading zone is still here.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. This is the loading exit. So it's just another driveway. So the trucks would come out from here, but they don't park right there behind the gate. So they're parking further back.
Where would they be coming into the building from?
They'll come in from Edison Place at all times.
Can you show where the loading trucks are intended in this?
So the loading area is right in the middle of the property, inside the building, covered. So that's where the loading activity is. And they would stay here for seconds. If the traffic is suitable, then they make a right turn and go to Market Street.
So they'll no longer be backing into the property from Market Street. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, correct. And just to add, we just received the sort of traffic report analysis from the neighbors consultant, and this was their recommendation also, so exiting from Market Street. So it was sort of good to see the same recommendation, which sort of aligns with what we are sort of suggesting.
Okay, one last question. I did read a mention of this building including affordable units, the 20% kind of set aside. How many of those units are there of each type?
It's 20%. So there are 32 bedrooms, so 20% is 32 bedrooms. So every category will have 20% affordable.
How many is that? Just.
So 30 units divided by, so 2 bedrooms will be affordable, and the studios, like 12 studios and then 12 one bedrooms. No, sorry. So 48 studios and 48 one bedrooms at the minimum.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Screen A, Ryan Berg. Can you turn your camera on and unmute yourself, please? Yep. Hi, could you state your name, give us your address, and your question for the architect, please?
Ryan Berg, address 777 McCarter Highway.
Mr. Berg?
Thank you. Mr. Mulu, am I pronouncing that correctly, first of all?
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, I want to make sure. Can you do me a favor and can you zoom into the commercial space? Okay. Is this a single height space or a double height space?
It's a two-story high, about 20 feet.
Are we considering any type of specific tenant for this?
Based on our conversation with the client, it would be sort of a small food and beverage business, maybe a little artisan coffee shop. That wouldn't require like a commercial kitchen.
Okay. My concern is that we have a double height commercial space, and that's usually not credible or not really fit for a like mom and pop shop. It's usually made for a larger brand. So I didn't know if that would play into the delivery aspect of it. Can you scroll down a little bit to the second stairwell?
The retail will have access to the service corridor, so they would accept deliveries from the building as needed.
Understood. My concern, going back from last week, I go to the gym in the Ironbound, and even Walgreens has a tractor trailer, so I would like to avoid that at all costs.
I think we will control the truck sizes that come into the building.
Okay. I saw on your upper plan that you have a refuse room next to the stairwell. Am I reading that right? That's the refuse room?
That is the compact room.
Okay.
Compact
And then how would they get that garbage out to the trucks?
So we have a double door service corridor. They will be carted out to Edison Place at a certain time when the garbage truck is there. They'll pick up. Typically, these private garbage trucks, they don't come into the building. They'll pick up at a certain time, and the trash will be discarded that way.
So you're rolling out dumpsters for all units to that space?
I think we're relying on carts on wheels that will be sort of carted down to sort of sidewalk on Edison Place. And that's where the garbage truck will be.
Can you go to one of your renderings? The daytime renderings?
Okay.
So actually, if you go to page 18, go to page 18. Is that rendering tied to any specific daytime?
I can't recall at this point. Yeah. How is it important?
So that's the north facade. So if we have southern exposure, you're showing direct northern sun. So you're actually going to put Market Street in shade. If you go to your other rendering on 20. So this is showing southern exposure, and you're shaded. You can actually see you're casting a shadow across all of Market Street.
Okay. We're living downtown. Maybe you know the zoning district. There's no height limit.
I'm sorry?
There's no height limit in living downtown district.
Understood, but my concern is with the overall plan of wanting to redevelop it, it's harder to have stores if you're in constant shadow, right? We want walkable streets. If Market Street's always in shadow, then it's not as walkable.
I think if you know a little bit about shadows, regardless of this tower, Market Street south sidewalk will always be in the shadow, because even a 4-story building will have a shadow over the sidewalk.
I'm sorry.
Even a 4-story building will have a shadow over the sidewalk. So,
correct. But you're proposing 500 feet.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's not, for the, again, understood, Mr. Berg, but is that something this board has jurisdiction over?
Understood, Mr. Chair. I think that was. Can you just scroll down on the left?
Say it again?
I'm just scrolling down on your sheet. I think that was all my questions this one. Check. Yeah, that is it. That is all. Thank you.
You know what? Whoever's name is Julius, please stop using the chat. I've asked. It's disruptive. If you have a question, if you want to make a statement, raise your hand and you can ask a statement. But please stop using the chat. It's disruptive. Screen name Denise. Could you turn your camera on and unmute yourself, please? Screen name Denise, can you turn your camera on? Hi, can you state your name and give us your address for the record, please?
Denise Aquay, 210 Market Street.
Your question for the architect, ma'am.
My question was back on your ground floor, and I'm not sure. I think Attorney Calvin mentioned about or you mentioned about the shifting on the ground floor you had where you wouldn't be digging and you had a V on that floor. But more my question, yes, that one where you drew on. Yes. Yes, I'm still just interested in the, not so much outward, understood that, but the adjacent walls to this building.
Recording in progress. You're doing it on New York City project, so why not here?
Thank you. Further questions for the architect? And anything further, ma'am? For the architect?
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the architect? If so, please raise your hand. I don't want to miss anyone, but
Yes. Oh,
hold on.
oh,
Somebody's saying hello. There's
yes,
an
this
attendee.
is Geraldine McNulty. Can you hear me?
Ms. McNulty, yes. Could you
Okay.
state your name and your address, please?
Yes, it's Geraldine Center McNulty, 111 Mulberry Street.
Yes, Ms. McNulty. Your question for the architect.
Yes, what is the present permissible building height for this site without any variances?
The zoning has no height limit, so sky is the limit.
Excuse me?
There is no height limit whatsoever in this district. However, the Landmarks and Historical Preservation Commission put a condition on this applicant to to contain the height to nothing greater than the tallest building in the historic district, and they have complied with that. I think the testimony was, Mr. Mutlu, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're 6 inches lower than 744 Broad Street.
Correct.
Anything further, Ms. McNulty?
Yes, so you're telling me in this historic district, there are no guidelines as how high a building can be?
What the testimony was is that the zoning ordinance does not limit the height of buildings in this area. That's correct.
Well, that should be revisited. Also, would you be able to see those cars? Because they're can you see the cars when they're parked?
Can you show us the, what the outside parking, what the building looks, what the parking area, this, I think it's the second and third floor look like from the outside of the building?
Sure. It is a glazed exterior, so you would not see the cars. So this is a sort of what we call a shadow box. So we have glass, air space, and sort of painted surface. So this is called a shadow box. So you don't see through the parking garage. So the parking garage will be fully concealed. And then we have this ornamental metal mover area for ventilation.
Is that metal? Did you say?
The brown area is metal. Yes. So this section is metal, and this is glass, which the shadow box is
Anything further, Ms. McNulty?
I'm still confused here. Now they're going for a D6 variance for exceeding the maximum permitted height on Edison Place, which is what? Why do they need a variance if you can build as high as you want?
So we moved some of our air rights from the living downtown section with unlimited height to this sort of middle portion of the block. So that's which we took 2,000 square feet here and only utilizing 1,900 square feet.
I've been having a hard time hearing the architect, so I quite didn't hear his response, but I don't understand why you need a D6 variance for height.
Yeah. Once more, a little bit louder, sir.
We have unused 2,000 square feet plus 2,000 plus square feet of air rights in the unlimited zone, and we're putting it right next to it within our property in the sort of the low height section, and sort of that's about 1,900 square feet. So less than the unused area. So the total buildable area we could have done is same or even less. So we're simply utilizing the sites, the irregular geometry to relocate the areas.
Is there a formal process you had to go through to transfer those air rights?
This is the process.
Excuse me?
This is the process. It's at the discretion of this board.
I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
He said that this is the process.
What, they just unilaterally decide that they're going to use air rights without going through a process to do so?
No, that is what we are, what he's saying is that this is the process, going before this board and requesting a variance from this board is the process.
Okay, all right, I understand. I'd also like to add, I've been following these hearings for now 3 weeks. When do I get a chance to post my comments?
So,
prepared some comments will take under 3 minutes, but
yes.
At some point I'd like to.
Ms. McNulty, that is a fair comment, something we're all looking forward to. I know it's felt like 3 weeks, but it's really only been 2 weeks.
This is the third meeting.
And we will hopefully get to that point later today.
Tonight?
I hope so. That is my hope.
Before midnight?
I don't think the board will be here at midnight.
All
but
right.
that if we don't move along, we will be here a third week. Do you have any further questions, ma'am?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hazel.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if you could just address the height variance that Ms. McNulty referenced.
Okay, basically, could you put that back up? That was.
I'm sorry.
Okay, basically, what you're looking at the image that is up now, you see that the pinkish area is in the living downtown redevelopment area, and the orange area, the light orange area, is in the downtown core redevelopment area.
So maybe if we refer to it as the Market Street area and
Edison Street.
That's right, yep, no?
Perfect. And so the line you see on the image that's below the colored in tax map, if you will, the line you see between the two areas just separates the portions of the building. So the tower area is in the pink area on the Market Street side, and the area at the back on the Edison frontage is the area, if you looked at it from one of the renderings, it's a part that only goes up so many feet. The height limitation for the Edison side is more significant than the Market side, where there's no height limitation. So what the architect was describing, sort of the air rights, I don't know if I would put it quite that way, but basically what they're trying to do is to limit the height on the Edison Street side to the number of stories. I think it's is it the 4 stories? Is it the 5? But limiting the height on that Edison Street side to be a little more consistent with what is permitted in that redevelopment area.
Thank you. Thanks. I hope that makes it a little bit more
Absolutely
clear. If there are no further questions for the architect, Council Souter.
Thank you. I'd like to call John McDonough, our planner.
Mr. McDonough, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do, Mr. Chairman.
State your name, your address, and your relationship to this application, please.
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is John McDonough, MC, capital DONOUGH. Business address 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, and I am the project planner.
Council. Oh, well, before we do that, Mr. McDonough, is your planning license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes, it is.
We will accept Mr. McDonough as an expert in the field of planning. Council?
John, as the most learned planner, if you would please just give your presentation on this particular project, please.
Sure. And Mr. Chairman, I am going to enter some exhibits. There are some photographs I took yesterday during a nice walk around the city. No plans here, nothing like that. So it's the normal course of photographs that I would typically enter before the board. And with your permission, I'll share screen.
We're going to need copies of those at your earliest convenience, Mr. McDonough.
Will do. And so I'm going to take you through 10 slides here. I'm actually going to be relatively brief in my presentation here. I think we all get it in terms of the magnitude of the project from a pure physical standpoint, but the actual relief that the applicant is asking for here is relatively minimal in terms of the list of the relief. And you'll see as I go through this that it's also perfectly rational in terms of the overall context of what the city is trying to achieve here. So we'll just start at the start and kind of walk you around the neighborhood. We've outlined the subject property in yellow, and this is going to be frame number 1 of, what do we call this? A1. A1, okay. Frame 1 of A1 is an aerial photograph. It's a GIS mapping, so it does have lot lines superimposed. We're looking at 4 tax lots that extend from Market Street to Edison Place. We're talking about block 164, lots 20, 23, and 24. And then over on the Edison side, we've got lot number 90, which in aggregate, this assemblage of land equates to about 17,108 square feet and forms this through lot condition, which gives us some flexibility in terms of how we can achieve traffic control. We think we've attained an excellent solution with what Murat just presented to the board. The site itself, if we just flip it through in terms of the overall context, we are in the heart of the central business district. We're right at Prudential Center. We're right near the historic Four Corners, and surroundings consist of a mix of and a variety of uses that would be typical of a major city downtown core. Again, the subject site is to the north of the Prudential Center, and this is the view looking to the north. That is sort of important because there were concerns about shadows being raised. And importantly, and we're going to talk about this as well, the site is to the north of Prudential Center. Sun goes around the south. So this is absolutely not going to cast any shadows on Prudential Center. I agree it would go to the north, which is where the living downtown plan is, where we have the sky is the limit in terms of big buildings and how tall these buildings can be. And you can see what we all know is that tall buildings have manifested in the city center, as we see here. Spinning around, you're now looking from Market Street, looking south. And again, we put a flag on the subject property, which is developed with these older commercial buildings along Market Street, and then a large surface parking lot in the back, right in the face of Prudential Center. So clearly, in its current condition, it's not doing anything to add value and quality to the neighborhood. We have an applicant here that is ready, willing, and able to put a significant investment in a very, very important site right here in the center of the city. Next frame shows the condition of the property. As I saw it when I was on Market Street yesterday, you heard a lot of testimony about the signalized intersection, about the crosswalk, about the loading area. And you saw this evening that we're now going to propose an egress point located at the furthest portion of this building from that intersection, which is consistent with good planning in terms of circulation design. Again, a building, multi-story building that's in dilapidated condition, and then a lower building as well. You've heard the testimony through Murat before me that the applicant is going to take great care and use controlled dismantling methodology to pick at this building so that it does not harm at the buildings immediately adjacent to it. This is the back view from Edison Place. Again, we've got a surface parking lot. You get a sense of the condition of the building and the great buildings at the center, which this building is not going to rise above, but actually be below. And as you've heard through the testimony before me, the proposal here is to demolish all the existing structures and construct a new 41-story mixed-use building that is going to be just under that mark of 515 feet that we have over at 744. We're going to deliver 142 parking spaces in that controlled manner that Murat walked you through and that Andrew walked you through before that as well. This sixth frame shows a view of what we see on Edison Place as we move a little bit away from the subject property. And you can see the subject with this arrow is a void in what is a nice street wall effect that's happening there. The applicant does actually need some relief for setback, where 10 feet is the minimum required in the downtown core, and the applicant is proposing 0 feet, again, basically to match the continuum of what's already there. Perfectly reasonable from a physical planning standpoint. We think the applicant has solved the concerns regarding to what happens on this end of the street on game day. I'm not even going to go into it because we, again, have solved it by having a, I'll call it relief valve that gets vehicles out to Market Street, and it's an excellent solution here. And so we are here for relief. This is an application where we have a portion of the property in the living downtown redevelopment area, that's the green area, and then another portion of the property that is in the downtown core district. And that's what we see in pink. And so that is the lower 6-story limitation on buildings. And then, of course, the sky's the limit in the living downtown redevelopment areas. So the only relief is going to be for this little portion, I call it the spine, that extends at the back of the building, but we've got excellent light and air in terms of the overall district and how that will mitigate the relief that the applicant is seeking here. And we just show this to help the board visualize what is conforming from a height standpoint and what is not conforming. Again, 85% of this development in terms of the building footprint and the tower that's rising up will be conforming. The only portion is this spine that will run down the back of the building. And again, we think that its impact is going to certainly be minimal and not perceivable in the greater landscape. Again, to the extent that there's concerns about shadows, this appendage is not going to cast any shadows because it's part of the primary building, which will face Market Street. As you saw through Murat's plan, this is going to be a nice infill and greatly modernize that which is there along Market Street and continue the continuum. It is an excellent complement to the Halo residential development that we see happening and starting to rise up from the ground on the other part of the city. These are the newest and most, I'll say, aggressive residential developments that we have seen in the city in a century. And they are going to deliver people here that would provide a consumer population that is going to infuse millions of dollars into the downtown and support and revitalize those businesses that are there. And then finally, we'll take you to the last view here, which is a view looking from Market Street. This is what Murat just showed you. Again, you get a sense that the core of the building, the majority of the building, is fully conforming with the redevelopment plan. The only relief that the applicant is seeking relates to this spine that runs down the back. We think it's not going to be perceivable as a deviation from the essence of the redevelopment plan. As we know, the Living Downtown redevelopment plan is aimed at providing for a 24/7 resident population. That's exactly what the applicant is going to do here. Most of the plan is in the Living Downtown redevelopment area, which has absolutely no height limit. An even taller building could go here under your zoning. We know there's landmark limitations, but again, the applicant is not asking for any relief related to the main core of the building. The applicant is asking for about 3 or 4 variances here. I talked about the setback over on the Edison side, which makes perfect sense given the layout of what's already there. There is parking relief where we have 142 spaces, north of 500 being required under the letter of the ordinance, but you have an excellent predicate of testimony through a full hearing with Andrew last time as to the rationale and the mitigative measures for the parking deviation that the applicant is asking the board to move on. The excellent mass transit system that's here, the alternate modes of transportation, including a very walkable area, those great wide sidewalks that you have on Broad Street and the surrounding areas as well. And what is really a very transit-rich area that you heard Andrew talk about. There is some relief for transparency, which was addressed by Murat in his testimony as well. So the main relief we're dealing with is the D6 for that spine down the back of the building. We always look first at the positives and how this advances purposes of the land use law. First and foremost, we see the advancement of Purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare, because this is going to deliver a permitted use. It is going to deliver new housing stock and retail in accordance with the revitalization goals of both redevelopment plans, the Living Downtown plan and the Downtown Core plan. Secondly, the project is going to advance Purpose G, which is the planning goal to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens, because it is going to provide for an absolutely showpiece signature building to complement the downtown entertainment anchor and attraction of Prudential Center. Next, we see the advancement of Purpose M, which is the planning goal for efficient use of land, because it involves redevelopment of previously disturbed land and puts underutilized, unconstrained land back into productive use. And then finally, I'll let the visuals speak for itself. Purpose I under the land use law is the promotion of a desirable visual environment. This is going to be a substantial upgrade over what is there now, a substantial investment and showcase of confidence in the city. The project will provide a premier building that will complement the other high rises that define the downtown. And importantly, this project has received approval from the Historic Landmarks Commission. That all goes towards the project positives. We always counterbalance that with the negatives, and we have some case law that talks about the purposes of height control and why we have height controls in the first place. None of those purposes or height control are being violated here. The project is not going to block, and again, talking about the added height, only talking about that back piece here, is not going to block scenic views, is not going to create negative shadow effects, is not going to create a population density that is going to exceed the carrying capacity of the land or the area. and certainly is not going to create an imposing, obtrusive structure in the landscape. This is progress here, and this is what new modern high rises look like in downtowns throughout the United States. The project will advance the living downtown goal for a 24/7 population, and the height relief for the portion in the downtown core is necessary to effectuate all of those project positives that I talked about before. That appendage is set back from Edison. It is set back on the sides. It is sort of a transfer, if you will, of those air rights that could go closer to Market Street, as you've just heard. So we think that's reasonable and appropriate in terms of providing for a premier building here. And again, we're only looking for modest relief related to a portion of the building, about 15% or so in the back, not the entirety of the building itself. We do have that lower level C relief that's justified under the flexible C balancing test as a better zoning alternative for the property. In terms of the positives, all of those height justifications that I just gave you carry down to those lower C relief as well. All of the C relief is necessary to effectuate a good project: setback, parking, transparency. None of the C relief will cause impacts of a substantially adverse nature for all of the reasons that I've just given you. With that said, we'll close by saying the obvious here. We are in the largest downtown, in the largest city in all of New Jersey. If we were to drop a pin on the epicenter of the city, which I would call the epicenter of New Jersey, it's right here at the four corners. It deserves and calls out for premier signature statement building, which is exactly what our applicant is doing here. The project positives are overwhelming on this project. The relief, the negatives are minimal here. And in that regard, I think the board can clearly move favorably on this application. Based on all of the testimony, this applicant has met its burden under the law, and approval is warranted. And we'll stop there on direct.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness, counsel?
No, Mr. Chairman, I turn it.
Are there questions from the board for the planner? Questions from the board for the planner? Questions from the board for the planner? I see none. Are there questions from the public for the planner? Mr. Scully, questions from the objector? Representative objector?
No questions for this witness.
Are there questions from any other members of the public for the planner? Ms. McNulty, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question for the planner?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then, counsel, do you have any other witnesses?
I do not have any other witnesses.
How nice that is to hear. I guess we'll turn it over to Counsel Skolnick.
Chairman, I have two witnesses. I have my client, Libby Heller. She has experience running a business in the area. She's going to offer some observations and concerns. And then I have a traffic engineer. He's also a civil engineer to talk about the stacking and some other concerns dealing with the cars potentially backing onto Edison. So two witnesses for you tonight, Chairman.
Thank you. Who are we going to call first, Mr. Skolnick?
I'm going to call Libby Heller. Chairman, just one point of order. Were you planning on addressing the March 28th, 2024 review letter that came in from Mr. Trafficante? That just got posted today. It's related to this issue of the plans coming in, the plans being changed, and review letters coming in the middle of the afternoon on a very significant project. We all appreciate that fact. I don't even know if the board has the letter.
We do have the letter. It's dated March 28th.
That's today.
It's signed by Mr. Trafficante. That's the letter I have. Is that the one you're referring to, Mr. Skolnick?
I appreciate the privilege of being able to ask you if they're going to be addressing it. It calls for some substantial changes in the project.
Yes, it does. We may hear from Mr. Trafficante yet.
Okay. We want to call him first.
Excuse me?
We want to go with him first before my witnesses, but up to you.
Are you gonna call him?
I'm not gonna call him. I'm not gonna call him right now.
Well,
but
then
I'm-
let's proceed with your witness, Miss.
Okay, I'm gonna call Libby Heller, if we can bring her in and get her sworn.
Miss Heller, I'm looking for Miss Heller. Miss Heller, could you raise your hand? Help me see you. I'm having troubles finding Miss Heller.
Just took a break and called her, and she said she was on, so let's see if we can bring her in.
She's on the panelist side.
Is she on the screen? There she is. Miss Heller, could you unmute yourself, please, ma'am?
Okay, am I on?
Would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Could you state your name, give us your address and relationship to this matter, please?
My pleasure. My name is Libby Heller. I own Star Parking on 25-33 Edison Place. And
You're an objector.
I beg your pardon?
I presume you are an objector to this application.
Well, objector is a very strong word. That's not really how I would present myself. I just have some concerns and some
Thank
things
you.
I'd like to say. I've been waiting a long time, like a few other people, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Heller, for clearing that up. Mr. Scott.
Okay. All right. So I own Star Parking. It was founded in 1932.
Ms. Heller?
Yes.
You have a high-powered attorney here. Let him proceed with questions. That's how we.
Okay, we're gonna try to guide her, but Chairman, I hope you'll give us some flexibility.
Sure.
She wanted to make a statement. We've worked on it. We've outlined it. We're gonna be as brief as we can, but thorough as well. So,
I have to make you work, though, Mr. Scully.
excuse me?
May I?
I have to make you work a little bit.
I'm not getting paid by the word tonight. Chairman. I'm getting
Okay.
paid on.
May I proceed?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Star Parking was founded in 1932. That makes us 90 years old, and we are one of the oldest thriving active businesses in the city of Newark. And yes, we do have an active parking license. I do welcome progress. I recognize that Newark is undergoing a wonderful transformation. I do have concerns about the proposed project. I believe I also have some solutions, and I think that will make the project better. And the goal is to have a win-win for everybody. So my degrees are not in technical fields, but I have personally operated this parking lot for 26 years, 10 of which was event parking. I've been there through every kind of weather, and I would come down to the lot at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I would leave 1 hour after the event was over. So I believe that this sort of qualifies me as a reliable resource. And I'm here to say what really happens on Edison Place, which, since most of you are Newarkers know, is the key corridor to the Ironbound. Before I start, I just wanted to rectify some inaccuracies. One of which was your engineer, the developer's engineer was asked if there were any easements. And there is an easement, and I granted it to Fidelco in 2016 because they wanted to build a restaurant called Mercado. In order to do that, they needed a fire exit. And as you can imagine, anybody in the parking business doesn't want to give up space, but I did give them 2 parking spaces so that the restaurant could be built. So, Brian, could you pull up that picture of the lot with the easement? Is that possible?
Thank Chairman Brian is our civil engineer who's going to be testifying.
Libby, could you tell us what email that was in?
No,
see.
I
I
can
see
just,
it. Hold on.
it was just a picture of the lot with the easement in it, and there's a reason I wanted that particular picture.
I have it. Hold on.
Okay, that'd be great. Basically, one of the reasons that I wanted everybody to see this picture was everybody keeps talking about the fact that there's going to be a demolition that affects some buildings because they have a common wall. But also, if you take a look at the easement, you will also see that that wall, which by the way, Fast Signs is right in front of that. I'm concerned about the fact that when they do the demolition, it's going to affect the cars in the parking lot. And this is a relatively brand new picture, actually. It was one of the events that happened within the last week or two.
So we're gonna mark this as Exhibit O2, Libby.
Okay, so, and
O2,
also I believe.
It's a photo of cars.
Okay, so I also wanted to say that one of the in one of the reports, when they talk about asking how the demolition is going to affect the common walls, they also say, how are you going to protect the parking lot? One of my questions. Okay, moving on from that, I would like, Brian, if you could put up the picture of the site plan that I sent, because one of the things I was very surprised about when people were discussing parking lots, I'm gonna wait till we get this up, was that star parking was totally ignored. The magenta part of this site plan is the proposed building, and the sides of it you will see are red, and that is star parking. We are sharing boundaries with the building, and yet nobody wanted to mention the fact that star parking is located on either side. And also on the right-hand side, you'll see something called the Isley Building, which is in lot 84. I'll get to that a little bit later, but I just want to tell you that the Isley Building is a true historic building built in 1857, and it's a very special place.
Ask for exhibit
Brian,
number.
if you would now.
This is O3. We got to mark the exhibits. This is
Okay.
O3.
Okay. So moving on to the next picture, I wanted everybody to see. This is the picture of the cars in star parking. And there's been a true misconception of the number of vehicles that star parking has. It was mentioned that the middle lot has 25 cars, the one that you are going to be building on, if this is approved. And this is a picture of star parking when there is an event night. It's either a concert or a Devils game. Obviously, a Devils game when they are doing well. But just to give you an idea of what the parking lot actually looks like on an event night, this is it. This picture, by the way, was taken from the top of the Indigo Hotel on the corner of Edison and Broad Street. So
and that's Exhibit O4. Exhibit
right.
O4.
And obviously, we park more than 25 cars, which was the number that was thrown about for our vehicles. Okay, so moving on to the Prudential Center, everybody. As most of you know, the Prudential Center minimally has 200 scheduled events, the Devils, Seton Hall, concerts. We know Zach Bryan broke attendance records last week. I think it was, had over 19,000 people at the Prudential Center. It was very exciting. We also have an incredible lineup. Not quite ready for that one, but hold on to it. We have an incredible lineup of Nicki Minaj and Judas Priest and Drake and Chris Tomlin and Chris Brown and Jennifer Lopez. So we have a thriving Prudential Center, and we also have a thriving Edison Place all the way around. There are additional events that attract vehicles to Edison Place. The loft in the middle is a catering venue, and they have catering. Some of you may have actually been to events there. They have weddings, they've got birthday parties, they have political events. Some of these events overlap the events at the Prudential Center, making the traffic coming down Edison Place something to behold. It can get really crazy. And we also have daytime events that is something that we have to consider if you're going to have trucks coming into Edison Place. We have approximately 40 of them during the day. And we have the circus, we have graduations, we have Disney on Ice. And it becomes a very, very busy street with a lot of people and certainly a lot of traffic. So I'm also concerned about the restaurants, and there are two specifically that are not just, and I don't say just to diminish them, but we have sports bars that cater to the Prudential Center, but we also are having a brand new restaurant at 35 Edison Place, which is in the Isley building that I mentioned. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous. This wonderful families from Down Neck have literally taken it over and gutted the place, and it's going to be white and gold and green, and it's going to be upscale and truly be a destination restaurant. I met the chef the other day. He told me the food is European. It's basically going to be Italian, I think, and Spanish. And this is a place that people are going to come to spend a nice evening. They're also going to have entertainment, and they have a catering floor on the third floor. Also, I noticed in the Indigo, Delta's is coming, and they are also planning on having entertainment. And they also have minimally 2 floors, possibly 3. They have a roof garden. And they will also be a destination restaurant. So you've got 2 on the street that are not going to just be in and out for the Prudential Center, but also they are going to be, special. So I would now like to go to the Isley building. The Isley building, Brian, if you can pull that up, was built in 1857. It's a beautiful little building. I originally bought it to tear it down because I wanted to extend the parking lot. And I sort of fell in love with it because it's just so pretty and so sweet. And it just has original brick. It has original wood. It has hand-painted murals that I had done on the interior.
This is Exhibit 05 for the record.
And you get 2 Isleys there. You get my granddaughter, who the building was named after. She's from California. You have to do something to remind your grandchildren that, they love you and you love them. And I am concerned. I know that I've been given lots of reassurances that nothing's going to happen to the foundation and the noise is not going to upset my 4 tenants in their beautiful apartments, that there's not going to be debris, that there's not going to be tremors, and that there's not going to be lack of light. I really hope that this is all true because it's an historical building that is really special and I think deserves to be treated with a lot of TLC. Now, moving on from that, the only traffic study that I really had a chance to see was the one done on July 25th. And they estimated 122 cars in and out, 89 of them, which are supposed to be coming into Edison Place. I don't believe that traffic study was accurate. I think if you really want an accurate traffic study of the area, you take one when there's an event, not necessarily Disney on Ice, because there are 6 Disney on Ice events, but perhaps a Devil's game or one of the many concerts, but something that really shows what the traffic is like on this street. Because the traffic engineer, Richard Fernandez, point blank said, expecting over 100 vehicles to enter this location in the evening, especially when there is an event at Prudential, which holds various events through the year, will certainly cause traffic to back up onto Broad Street. And that will happen. I mean, it's happening with the fact that Star Parking alone, as you can see, brings in minimally 125 cars. Now, we will be losing the middle space if this is approved, but we are considering ways to make up for some of those missed spaces. So even if I just say that Star Parking is bringing in 100 cars during an event, minimally, according to the estimates that were given by a July 25th traffic study, another 90 cars are coming in on top of that, plus cars that are coming into the restaurants, plus cars that may be coming into the venue for a party. So you're probably going to get minimally 200 cars now coming into Edison Place between the hours of 4 and 7, which are the peak hours when there are events. You're also going to have Ubers dropping people off. You're going to have the infamous Amazon deliveries. You're going to have food deliveries. All this during rush hour traffic on Broad Street, plus the fact that there is a bus stop on the corner of Edison and Broad, and I I was blocked by getting in myself. There were 3 buses there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So obviously, we got a lot of traffic coming from a lot of different places. One thing that nobody ever discusses is the weather. Now, I have worked through torrential rain. I've worked through excessive wind. Edison Place happens to be a wind tunnel, and I've worked through snowstorms. I can tell you the street is not easy to travel on under these conditions. And I can also tell you that Prudential Center never cancels events. Performers usually come the night before, and once they are there, the show goes on, and it truly doesn't matter what the weather is. When the snow plows come down the street, they go right down the middle. The snow goes on either side of the street, and it becomes extremely difficult to get the cars down. And that, I'm just speaking of for the parking lot. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like for tenants in this building. The street at its most narrow is about 17 feet wide, and it's very difficult to transverse when the sides are piled with snow. I want to talk a little bit about the parking with the elevators. There are going to be 2 elevators. I don't know how many of you have ever had an experience with your cars getting on an elevator. Usually happens in New York City. And I can tell you that it takes a little bit longer than everybody is estimating. That little bit can make a very big difference when you have cars backed up all the way to Broad Street. I can tell you that they do break. They do have mechanical difficulties. And should that happen, we could end up having a huge problem. As far as lifts are concerned, it does take time to put the cars on and off. There is a reason that Star Parking does not have lifts at the moment, and that is because they really can be a pain. They do break more often than not. I had our electricity upgraded approximately 17 years ago to accommodate lifts. I was very excited about getting them after speaking to people who have large parking companies, including my son-in-law. Everybody told me not to put lifts in. And you will notice that in the immediate area around the Prudential Center, nobody has lifts.
Mr. Chairman, if I'm
Hold on, Mrs.
There is a
Sadler.
reason for that. Moving on, I believe that these are the problems the tenants of the building will have. They will not be able to enter easily. I want to talk a little bit about the barrier. It seemed like it was sort of diminished a little bit by saying that there's no official agreement. That barrier was put there by Homeland Security. All the parking operators got together when the Prudential Center was being built, and Homeland Security came in, and they were the ones who suggested the plan. And if we have a picture now of the barrier, Brian, if you could pull that up, that would be great.
Working on it.
Okay, thank you.
We're kind of engaging in a narrative here, Mr. Skolnick.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, sir, because I've waited a long time.
You're fine, Miss Heller. I was chiding your attorney.
Okay.
I could ask her leading questions. We're good. This, I think, is the most efficient way for Ms. Heller
Well,
to make the statement.
I just want to be able to get through this because I've waited a while and I think these things really are important. I'm not saying them to waste anybody's time, but to bring some questions to mind. So anyway, what I was going to say
technical difficulties.
about the barrier, yes, we all have technical difficulties with everything, including lifts and elevators. The barrier that you would see if we can get this pulled up is a barrier from the Newark Police Department, and right behind it, there's a big black truck with the Prudential Center logo on it, because they always wanted to make sure that no cars ever went down that street, because we have pedestrians that gather there. There we are.
Okay, this is exhibit 06. 06.
And I can say that I'm really happy to say that in all the years that that barrier has gone up, and it goes up every event, we have not had one pedestrian accident. We have never had a vehicular accident either. And that's a wonderful thing, because we certainly don't want any newspaper or anybody to make a big deal about a mishap in our wonderful city. So we make sure that safety is primary whenever there is an event. Which brings me to the fact I'm concerned about emergency vehicles being able to navigate the street, whether there's a problem in the parking lot, in the restaurants, in the tenants building, in the Isley building, or Prudential Center. We've always been able to manage it so that we can get emergency vehicles down. Doesn't happen often, but it has happened, and totally clogging that street is difficult. When these cars come in, we try to be extremely efficient. We try not to have them back up onto Broad Street. And we always put somebody at the end of the street to guide the cars in. However, incidents happen. If a car stalls, if there's a fender bender, which by the way is not allowed in star parking, or if someone gets out of their car and forgets to leave the keys, which is every parking lot operator's nightmare, and even inclement weather, can cause complete gridlock. And doubling the amount of cars that are going to be coming down this street is, I think, could be a major problem. So, having said that, I also just want to mention the elephant in the room, because one of the zoning board members did say something last week, and the question was, will Edison Place be closed? The answer was not often or not for long. And these are answers that, of course, are, horrible for anybody on that street to hear. I have no idea exactly what that reply meant, but I do know that if Edison Place is closed, that my business and certainly the restaurants and certainly the new restaurant are going to truly suffer.
Well, Ms. Heller, this board has no authority.
I understand.
Jurisdiction over the closing.
But since a zoning board member brought it up, I felt that it was appropriate for me to comment on that.
Well, I just want to assure you that we have no jurisdiction in that regard.
I understand. I am also concerned about where construction vehicles are going to park when they start doing construction.
Again, Ms. Heller, totally outside our jurisdiction.
Okay, so
although I do understand it's a concern.
Yes, it's a big concern. Because I don't even know what the word utility trenches really means, but I did read it in the reports, and I tried to understand stormwater management, and I have to tell you, it's a little scary to think of what could happen. Talking about solutions, okay, I truly appreciate, and I am grateful for the fact that something has been done to take some of the pressure off Edison Place. However, and it was one of the things I think I did bring up at one point. But since zoning requirements have changed in Newark, and there is a proposed indoor loading dock, which now is no longer going to be on Market Street, but is now going to be put on Edison Place, I'm saying to myself, now we're not only getting an overabundance of cars coming down the street, now we're getting trucks. And I'm trying to figure out how over 200 cars and trucks are coming down Edison Place. Nobody can definitively say when these trucks are coming, although there's going to be an effort to figure out when. I think it's very important that they coordinate not only with the Prudential Center, but also, certainly when events and daytime events that may be happening in the restaurants, are going to happen, because having trucks and having garbage and having over 200 cars come down the street, this little narrow street, I think is a little much. I don't quite understand why we can't have vehicles, since things are being reconfigured, and it's wonderful that the developers are willing to do this. If they are going to reconfigure that building, why we can't have both an entrance and an exit on Market Street for vehicles, specifically on event nights between 4 and 7. You could even have an in and out on Edison Place and Market Street. But it would be, if there were cars that could go into the building on Market Street, that would solve an amazing amount of congestion and problems on Edison Place.
Ms. Heller, I think that's a good point. And as I understand the plan that was shown to us today, that is exactly what they're suggesting. That cars are going to, let me finish, that cars are going to enter on Market Street, and that they'll also be able to exit on Market Street.
Okay, well, I was just under the impression from what I was told that Market Street was going to be used strictly as an exit. Brian, could you pull up that last picture for me about the?
That's not what the architect. That's not how the architect answered my specific question.
Can we clarify that, Chairman? Because that's a major issue for us.
I thought I just did.
Well, that's not what.
Back to that. Let's finish with this witness.
Okay, so basically, as I say, that was something that I had thought was paramount to helping the congestion on Edison Place. That street just can't handle the kind of traffic that was being proposed. And, we want everything to work out well. We want everything to be successful. And I think that if those changes could be made and cars could access from Market Street, that would be terrific. So, Brian, were you able to get that last picture?
Label, please. What label?
It just showed the entrance to a parking lot. It was an in and out, and it was actually a building very similar to the one that they are proposing to build.
Oh, is this the Mercado?
No. It was,
Here's your building list. Is my screen shared? Which one?
Parking lot entrance from street. It's the second one up. Yeah.
And this will be Exhibit 07.
Okay, can you move it?
Get there, Lily.
There we go. Okay, so this is the building actually that my son-in-law built in Oakland, and it has only 400 apartment units, but this is on a main street, and this is what they did to have vehicles go in and out from their lot, and it works. It works, and I think it would work on Market Street if that could happen, and that's what my solution was. So I want to thank you very much for giving me the time to speak. And I just want to end with one little quip that I always see on a billboard when I go into New York, and it says, "Stop praying. God has more important things to do than find you a parking space." Thank you for your time. And Brian, I believe you're up next. So,
Mr. Skolnick, anything further for Ms. Heller? Right before we get into opening up cross for Ms. Heller, Mr. Mutluk, I wonder if you can bring up your proposed revision. And was I correct?
No, what we discussed with the engineering department was to have.
I was not correct.
No, I'm sorry if I'm giving you the impression. What we discussed was to exit out on Market Street. So Market Street was, I think, we believe is a more prominent street to sacrifice from. So instead of having a sort of a double, like 24 feet wide driveway out from Market Street, we discussed with the engineering department just to have a smaller one, and that would be a single lane.
So that single lane is exiting out on Market Street?
Correct.
And what you're showing here is entry and exit on Edison. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But exit on Edison could be controlled on event days.
Okay. I had it turned around, Ms. Heller.
yes, I'm really sorry to hear that. And I would really think it would be great if they would consider reconfiguring it so that especially during event nights, that an entrance could be put on Market Street, similar to the one I showed you. It definitely can be done because it was done. And that would solve a lot of the problems. The congestion on Edison Place is going to be terrible. And I will tell you that not only will the businesses suffer, but the tenants in that building are going to be very unhappy because nobody wants to stand in line for an hour trying to get into a building or a parking lot or to a restaurant. This is during rush hour. The traffic is going to back up onto Broad Street, and everybody's going to look at each other and say, we should have done it differently. I think now is the perfect time. You've already made a commitment to reconfigure your building, reconfigure it, and make life easy and good for everybody. That's what's fair.
Ms. Heller, thank you for the feedback. Just to explain the sort of rationale, we're considering both frontages, both Market Street and Edison, and Market Street itself contributes to the historic district with its character of retail and storefronts. So
does Edison Place.
All right, you know what? We're not going to get into back and forth here. Thank you. I see a hand raised by Board Planner Hazel. Mr. Hazel, can you just identify yourself, your name and title for the record?
Sure. Gerard Hazel, Board Planner. Just a quick question. I was intrigued by the picture of the parking lot that I think you mentioned. It was taken from the top the Indigo. When you have to move cars out, I just thought it was kind of funny. Imagine someone saying that, okay, my car's in the top back corner there. And how do you get it?
Ms. Heller,
how do you get? Let me rephrase it. Do you have to pull cars out into Edison Place to remove cars at times? Or?
Yes, and when you have terrific attendance, and let me tell you something. Never take a good parking attendant for granted, because I've watched. The one thing I never did do in the parking lot, quite frankly, was park cars, because I'm just not good enough. You need incredible reflexes. You need to be able to move cars safely, which is the big question. And what would happen was the guys would help each other out. They would pull them out. Someone would pull the car out, and then all the cars would be pulled back in. It takes a lot of coordination and a lot of really good people. And we've always had, it's almost like a family. It works. And they're good. The guys are good.
I would expect that when you do that, looking at the number of cars out there, that can be quite a bit of an operation. And especially with a street like Edison that is so narrow, I would expect that is something that could be traffic disrupting as well?
No, because you have to remember that the street is closed during every event. So it's closed from Broad Street to between the parking lot and the Isley Building. So there are no pedestrians. There's nobody there. And everybody just stands on the side. We have pictures of pedestrians lining on the sidewalk waiting. And we also now put up a tent when it rains so that they're under a tent, and we put up a heater, and it works. I mean, Star Parking is a good operation.
Anything further, Mr. Head? I guess not. Commissioner Hall.
Just one clarification, Chairman. The trucks they pull in on Edison, go out on Market, but they could also go out on Edison. Am I mistaken? Mr. Multiple?
The trucks turning back to Edison would be difficult. We don't have enough space for the truck to turn back. So the trucks, in all times, will have to go to Market Street in this configuration.
Okay, and then I see the arrows in the first lane coming back out to Edison. What is that for? You got 3 lanes there. First one coming back to Edison.
So that gives our residents an option to go to Edison Place. But we can if the engineering department or the board says make all these 3 lanes inbound, we can certainly do it. And,
no, I asked just for clarification, and I know you're supposed to work with the city on all of this, so whatever's going on. Okay, thank you for clarification. Thank you, Chairman.
Are there any additional questions for Ms. Heller from the board? Additional questions for Ms. Heller from the board? Mr. Skolnick, I see you have.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like a clarification because Mr. Mugalu had a chance to testify essentially during this interim. So we're a little bit out of order, but can I just confirm with him that no truck turning templates for any of this has been submitted to the board, nor has it been reviewed by city traffic engineering on whether any of the truck movements that you've shown in what's called ground floor plans, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate it if we stuck to Ms. Heller for now. There was a clarifying question asked of Mr. Mutlu. I have questions of Ms. Heller. So if we start jumping in and asking questions of other people, this thing can get out of here.
Well, the chairman,
Mr. Skolnick, I think Mr. Mutlu's testimony was there was no that having a truck come back out on Edison would be difficult. I think that was his the entirety of his testimony.
Chairman, you let Mr. Mugu testify and clarify. So I believe there's no rush here. Mr. Souter can ask Ms. Heller all the questions he wants, but if you're going to let Mr. Mugu clarify, don't I get a reasonable chance to clarify that no truck turning templates? I got one question. To clarify that no truck turning templates to show that any of the movements have been submitted to the city.
We have the exhibit by the civil engineers.
You can submit them, but they haven't yet, and so nobody knows.
Well, you're going to ask a question. You're going to make a statement, Mr. Skolnick. Mr. Mutlu, did you hear Mr. Skolnick's question?
Yes, we have.
Can you answer it?
The truck turning radius exists. We have an exhibit for it. If our civil engineers get to present, they will present tonight.
Chairman, this is an incredible procedure here, where these are not available for my engineer to review for the meeting. But it's your hearing. I have due process rights, and I respectfully say, look, these have not been on file.
We're putting on our presentation.
We don't. You know what? I haven't seen one, Mr. Skolnick. Let's continue. Mr. Senator, you have questions for Ms. Heller?
First, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Heller and her family for their long-standing time here in the city of Newark and the contributions that the Heller family has made to the city of Newark. I live in Forest Hill. We have the Heller Parkway. I'm greatly appreciative of the Heller family. Can we look at Exhibit O2, please? Can you put that exhibit back up?
Brian, can you put the exhibit back up? I called it photo of cars. O2, it has the rear of the building. Brian, are you there? There we go.
You have to scroll down, so. Is this the event night parking we're looking for?
No, O2, photo of cars. I think it had the building. And Libby was talking about the easements.
Okay, that's,
I feel it was the one after that.
this is it, easement in front of Mercado.
I think that's O3.
O3 is the Isley building.
Barrier, Isley Building, parking lot entrance, event night parking.
Event night parking is probably it.
Could you scroll down on this picture so we can see if this is the one?
There we go.
Is that it,
Yes.
Mr. Stoughton?
Thank you. Ms. Heller, in this photo, once this building is actually, as of today, are you able to park all of these same vehicles here?
No, I told you that this included your middle part.
So all of these cars, once this development is here, well, you
No,
won't.
not all. As you said, you said the 25 cars were what your lot held. Do you remember that? You said it last week when you were asked how many spaces were in the middle lot, and you said 25.
I'm gonna hope you answer them for me.
I beg your pardon?
I'm gonna ask you some questions, and I'm gonna hope you answer the questions for me. Right? My only question is, will you be able to park all of these cars here?
No, because you're going to have the middle lot.
So there won't be as much traffic for your parking lot once this building.
It will still be.
No, there will be one. I said that minimally there will be 100 cars for star parking. I started out by explaining that we had 125 cars, but I eliminated 25 because that is what you said the middle held. So now we have 100 cars coming in. 100 plus the number of cars for the apartment, which was done by the July 25th traffic study, said there were altogether 122 cars coming and going, but that 89 of them were coming in. So 189 is 189. And I'm saying that that's probably under the number because I don't believe that a July 25th traffic study is as accurate as one that is taken during an event.
Thank you, Ms. Heller.
Yes.
Anything further, Mr. Sag?
Ms. Heller, it looks like a red or burgundy car truck to the top left corner of the photo here. Can you explain to me how you get that car out?
Yes, I did. I explained it to the other gentleman. Yes, and sometimes, by the way, people do have to wait. If you know, I mean.
Ms. Heller, could you answer that question? How do you get that car out? What do you
You
have to
get the car out by the attendants taking them out, but they have to sometimes do it. People tend to converge. That's one of the reasons that lifts can be iffy. People tend to come out, and they come out. What I used to do was tell everybody to please go to, I would have the keys. I would say, please go to your cars, sit in them and wait, and we will be getting the cars out as quickly and safely as we possibly can.
You have a stopper for how you take the cars out.
How do you take them out? You drive them out. They come out, they make a right-hand turn, and they go down.
Ms. Heller, you have to ease up because we're having a little audio problems. Let him finish his question
Okay, I'm
before
sorry.
you answer. Counsel.
I think you just testified, you pull the cars out and you make a right-hand turn.
Yes, because the street is closed during the event, and there's a buffer. There's a buffer at the end of the parking lot. So the cars go in Edison Place and they go out on Edison Place, and we have an attendant at the end of the street that guides the cars so that it's safe.
Is Edison Place a one-way street?
It is a one-way street that becomes a two-way street when there are events, which, as I explained to you, we had a meeting when the arena was being built, and Homeland Security came up with this plan. It has been in effect for 17 years, and we have not had one incident, whether it be pedestrian or vehicular.
Is it your testimony that Edison Place becomes a legal two-way street on game nights?
I believe that it is something that has been planned by Homeland Security and was approved by the city, and that it works. If you want to open the buffer, you will have cars going into pedestrians either entering or exiting the arena, which is obviously very dangerous. In fact, a gentleman last week came up with a picture that showed how the pedestrians gather at the end of Edison Place, which happens to be, I believe, the main entrance to the arena. So
Thank you, Ms.
nobody
Heller.
wants cars going down Edison Place into
Thank you, Ms. Heller.
crowds.
Counsel, any further questions?
Yes, Ms. Heller, do you have a parking attendant stand at the corner of Edison Place and Broad Street during event nights?
During when?
During event nights.
That we have an attendant that is there to help cars in. And once they are in, there is a barrier put up or signs put up saying parking only, street closed.
Street is closed and parking only. Do you create a queue for the parking?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. The cars come in, the attendants get in cars and they carefully back them into the lot.
Do you ever create a queue of cars that back onto Broad Street?
Back into Broad Street? Yes, I'm told that we do.
And is that created by your parking attendant standing up?
No, absolutely not. We get the cars in quickly and we get them in safely. And if there is a surge, and that is one of the things that I brought up that I am concerned about, because people sometimes tend to arrive. You know, if there's a Devils game at 7 o'clock, invariably you get clumps sometimes of cars that come at the same time. And that's what we try to move in quickly and get them parked. But I know if I'm saying 100 cars are coming in, okay, we hope that we can get them in as quickly as possible. You're trying to say that you're going to have 200 cars coming in between 4 and 7. Some will be coming to the parking lot, some will be coming to the building. So if you think that there's a backup because of the parking lot, you can imagine what it's going to be like when you have an additional 100 cars trying to get into a building.
Thank you, Ms.
It's
Heller.
not physically possible.
Thank you, Ms. Heller. Counsel, anything further?
Heller, do you ever park cars on the sidewalk?
No, we used to be able to do that, but it seems now that we try definitely not to. Cars are not parked on the sidewalk.
Do you try not to, or?
No, they do not park cars on the sidewalk.
Can you please pull up 03, please? Exhibit 03.
O3 was what?
That was the tax lot with easement.
Is that what you were looking for?
Same pictures up as far as I see. I don't know if anyone else sees.
I think that's a refresh. Is it up now?
Yes. Can you move it down some, please?
Yep.
So, Ms. Heller, you testified that there was an easement that crossed into my client's lot. Can you tell
I'm
me
sorry, could you say that again? There was an easement that what?
crossed into my client's lot?
I don't think
No,
that's what
no,
she
no, no,
said.
no, it's behind the, it's right next to the Isley Building. It's behind, Mercado.
You stated earlier that the testimony that the civil engineer gave the last time in reference to easements on our property.
No, no, not your property. I don't know if you remember, but the woman from Fast Signs asked if there was going to be any easements, and then your engineer was asked if there are any easements in that area, and she said no. So I just wanted to clarify that there is an easement in the back, but it's not on your property, no.
Thank you. And our building will not affect that easement. Is that correct?
Correct. The only reason I am a little bit concerned, though, is when you do the demolition, you have to be very careful to make sure that there's nothing there, because that is their fire exit.
Mm-hmm. You know what, Mr. Chairman, I'm finished.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Ms. Heller? I see a hand raised by screen name Carl. Carla? Screen name Carla. Could you turn your camera on and unmute yourself? Screen name Carla? It says mistake. Okay, so I guess Carla. Are there any other questions for Ms. Howard? I see none. Council.
I call Brian Incendola.
Mr. Intendola.
Yes, sir.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Mr. Intendola, do you swear affirm the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us your name, your address, and your relationship to this application, please?
Brian Intandola, principal at Neglia Group, representing the traffic discipline with respect to qualifications, licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey for approximately 25 years. Appeared from this board intermittently over those time periods, and in this role, I'm reviewing the traffic on behalf of Ms. Heller and working with Attorney Skolnick.
Thank you. Mr. Intendola, is your engineering license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes, it is.
And well, welcome back. We'll accept Mr. Intendola as an expert in the field of traffic engineering. Council?
I appreciate that.
Maybe we'll jump into this. We've been sitting for 3 hours. If I can ask for a small restroom break, I would greatly appreciate it.
You first. You first. The older guys usually are asking for the break here. I know. I like when the young guys need a break.
I'm with you there. 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Just 5.
5 minutes.
Yeah, man, we've been sitting for 3 hours. Can we stretch for 7 or 8?
We'll come back at 9:05.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Who was that?
Commissioner
Cobian.
We have 2 more cases, right?
Yes.
And it's 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay. I feel bad for
Good point. Mr. Plata, I wonder if you can reach out to counsel about those cases.
Thank you.
We'll be back at 9:05. Off the record.
Recording stopped.
If we can all come back. Sorry for that longer delay. We're trying to take care of some scheduling. did take care of some scheduling matters. If we can get the board back, Commissioner Comisanes, I'm not sure if that's your audio. I think the board is all back now. Yes. Okay. Let's bring in.
Recording in progress.
All right, we're back from a bit of an extended break. Had to deal with some scheduling issues. Let's bring Ms. Moore back in. Ms. Moore, I don't. There you go.
Delay there.
Yes, hi, Ms. Moore.
Good
Two
night.
things, Ms. Moore. I'm sure I'll be seeing you at the MSP gala that's coming up, and Mr. Plaza. But beyond that, thanks for hanging in there. The hour is 9:14. We did poll the board, and we are able and willing, more able than willing, but both able and willing to schedule a special for May 2nd. Is that your request?
Yes, that is my request. So that is with respect to application ZBA 24-01, 609, 625 Broad Street.
Is anyone here on the Broad Street application? Anyone here from the public on the 609-625 Broad Street application? If so, can you identify yourselves by raising the hand? You could use the raise hand feature. It's at the bottom of your screen, your computer screen, or your telephone screen. If you're on the phone, you can press star 9 to identify yourself. I'd ask that you do that now. I see no raised hands. Council Moore, I'm gonna ask the board to entertain a resolution to schedule this for a special on May the 2nd. I'd ask that I'd ask if you would consider noticing, we're gonna maintain your notices, but I'd ask if you consider sending out regular mail and pasting over the new date on the sign on the properties. Are those two things?
That is acceptable to the applicant, yes.
I appreciate it. Sorry to keep you here. Blame it on Mr. Satter and Mr. Skolnick. May I have a motion to adjourn 609, 625 Broad Street to May the 2nd, please?
Motion.
Motion, Commissioner Hall. May I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Jones. Call the roll, please.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
Yes.
Member Comesañas.
Mr. Comesañas did not get his birthday wish, and his audio is on the fritz. But if you raise your hand, yes, he does vote yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Cobian.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Cobian.
Vice Chair Mumford. Chair Alfont.
Yes, and I just note for the record that Commissioner Comesañas' yes vote was in the forbidden chat. But thank you, Ms. Moore. Do you have yet another
I
matter?
do have another matter. That's 287, 291 Authorin Avenue.
And
It's my understanding that the applicants agreed to carry that to June 13th, would ask that our notices be preserved.
Is there anyone here with an interest in the application 287-291 Hawthorne Avenue? If so, please raise your hand so we can identify you. I see 3 raised hands. And let me quickly just I saw Mr. Otto. Are you an objector on this case, sir?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Afolo, are you an objector on this case? You're muted, ma'am.
Sorry, Commissioner. Yes, I am.
And there was another person, screen name Kettle Swally. Kettle Swally declined to be promoted to a panelist. So council has asked for an adjournment on this matter. I think it's unlikely we're going to get to this matter. The board doesn't start new cases after 10. It's already 9:19. We're not close to being finished with this one. Council has asked to have this adjourned. What's the date that we're giving to this, Ms. Mejia?
June 13th.
How many matters are on for June 13th at this time?
3.
3? And this will be the 3rd or the 4th?
The 4th.
Okay, so there's a raised hand somewhere. Okay. Kettlesworth is now part of the panel. Is that correct? Screen name Kettle Swally. Is that person in? Could you turn your camera on and unmute yourself? Screen name Kettle Swally at yahoo.com. Okay, perhaps not. Council, would you agree to put the?
I'm sorry. I got a new phone and I'm learning it.
No worries. Are you an objector on this matter?
Correct.
Okay. Great. So council has asked to have this adjourned to June 13th. If the board does approve that request, we are going to preserve notices. There'll be no new notices. The matter will be on 6/13. I will ask council as a courtesy just to at least put the new date on the sign. Is that something that you can agree to with your client?
The applicant has no objection in doing that. We'll provide that.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn this matter to June 13th, please?
Motion.
Motion, Comisanes, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, Vice Chair Monford, call the roll, please.
Member Hall.
Yes.
Member Hardesty.
Yes, I'm sorry, my mute button.
Member Comisanes.
Yes.
Member Jones.
You're muted.
Yes.
Member Cobian.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford.
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes, matter is adjourned to June 13th. Sorry for the inconvenience. No further.
I was hoping I got the call when I thought Mr. Plaza would call me. So thank you.
All right. No further notices will be given. So please, especially for members of the public, know that this application will be heard on the 13th of June. Now, back to our.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
See you at the gala, I'm sorry.
Yes, I will be there.
Let's see, where were we? Mr. Skolnick, you had just called your engineer.
Right, and can I reconfirm he's been sworn and he's been qualified, Chairman?
Yes, he has. We,
Okay, so
appointed
we're,
him as an expert and in the field of traffic engineering. Council?
okay, Mr. Intandola, you provided a letter that was dated yesterday that we just finished at noon today that you submitted with some comments. Is that correct?
That is correct, council.
Okay, and that did get posted on the website.
Yes, I saw it on the website, yes.
Okay, and that was in response to the supplemental traffic information that was submitted after last week's hearing that wasn't previously posted. You looked at everything, right?
That was part of the materials I reviewed, yes.
Okay, you have can you just go through quickly what you reviewed and let's start talking about some observations that you have on this project.
All right, of course, we heard the hearing of last week, which was 3/21. I did review the traffic impact study by Stonefield, revised through the January 2024. The site plans that were testified to in the 3/21 hearing, March 21. The architect plans, notwithstanding the plans that were presented today, and the traffic and parking report is generated by the city. And I've come to understand that based on those materials and the testimony provided last week, that we have a 41-story mixed-use project. There are 514 residential units. There is access on Edison Place, loading access on Market Street, and an on-site mechanical parking supply for 142 passenger cars. So that's how I understand the project to date.
Okay, there was also a letter from Mr. Trafficante that was posted today. You had a chance to take a look at that?
Yeah, I did do a read-through. I haven't absorbed it yet, but I did do a read-through.
Okay.
It seems to echo a lot of what my letter says as well. It's almost like they crossed in the internet. So
okay, and you heard testimony earlier tonight from Mr. Mulu about a new design that I think is proposed, but we're not really sure, correct?
Yeah, I had the benefit of Mr. Mulu's testimony and their reaction to guidance from the city that they could do a pass-through from Edison Place to Market if needed, and also use that as their primary access point for trucks that avoids the awkwardness of having the original loading zone in the parking in the pedestrian clear zone on the intersection on Market. So they moved it to the west, as the city had also requested at the last hearing. So we saw that reaction to that tonight.
Now, just for the record, are you clear as to whether the old plan or tonight's plan is the plan actually in front of the board? Do you have a clear understanding of that?
I understand that what I heard, and I can be corrected, is that the plan before the board to be considered is the plan that it has been submitted, and it is not the plan or the exhibits. I would characterize them as exhibits that have been testified to. So the plan is what's on record as of was last week, and that was.
You know what, Mrs. Skolnick? What's the purpose of this testimony from this witness?
Well, Chairman, there's a structural problem with the application. We're not sure.
He's a traffic engineer.
Okay.
He's a traffic engineer.
Okay.
And let's have him talk about his expertise, not about what's before the board or what's not before the board. If you want to ask him what he looked at, that's one thing. But he can't characterize what we're looking at. Maybe you should ask me that question.
I don't know. I'm happy to ask. I don't know which plan we should be testifying about.
Let's continue with your traffic.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. You have a couple observations. First, about the parking count. Could you just give your observation on that?
So as I understand the application, there's 142 on-site parking spaces for residents. If you look at the downtown core district, total required spaces, that equates to 517 spaces with an overall deficit per the redevelopment plan that's applicable of 375 spaces. So that's how I understand the application to date with respect to supply and the ordinance or the redevelopment plan that this is being submitted under.
Okay. And does that lead to any conclusions about whether the spaces that they are providing, those 142, are going to be utilized?
Yeah, so, if you have that deficit and of the 514 units, it is reasonable to assume that you're going to have 100% utilization of the 142 spaces. So, it's kind of built in and it will be utilized 100%.
Okay. Let's go to C5 so we can talk about the stacking system and how you see it working and the issues that you're concerned about. And maybe you'll use that C5 from the plan that was submitted previously.
So C5 would be in reference to the site plan. And I'm going to go to sheet C5 of the Stonefield submission to date.
That's the one that has the stacking lanes.
Okay, no problem. I have C5 up on the screen, so if I could share screen, I'll do that now. So share function. There it is. Okay, and I'm going to pick the right screen. Here we go. So you should see the aforementioned C5.
Can you blow that up a little bit so you can see the left-hand side there? Maybe slide it over. Okay. So this is C5, the plan that's in front of the board.
Correct.
Okay. And can you talk from your perspective how things are going to work and the various movements that are going to have to take place for this lift system to work and get the kind of throughput that is hoped for?
It's pretty much outlined in my letter, but as you have a mechanical parking system, as they had testified to, that you have the intake of a queue of 6 vehicles. You have 2 lifts. It's numbered 1, 2. So the resident would come in as the architect had testified to, and they would drop their car off in the valet area. But he was testifying to the revised plan, but just the same general theory applies. And then the valets would manage that. The parking would go up to the 2nd and 3rd level parking, which is for the most part a mechanical parking system. So you go from one mechanical system, as I understand it, with the car elevator to another lift system. I believe the applicant has testified that there would be a minimum during peak of 8 parking attendants or valets. And what I don't understand, and maybe there'll be further information, is that if you have 8 on the floor, ground floor, do you need 2 upstairs to receive, or do the valets follow the vehicle up, which would effectively bring it down to 6 on the floor and 2 in the parking level? We do not have information with respect to the feet per minute of the car elevator system. They go from 15 feet per minute to 120 feet per minute, which ties into how you would eventually do a queue analysis to see if the service rate would meet the arrival rate. And if it doesn't, that's when you get queue formation. And that queue formation is critical in this application because in giving the applicant the benefit of the doubt, if you take the pod of 6, which is here.
Can you show us where those 6 are? Can you count them out?
Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and also 3. So if you give the applicant the benefit
of the geometry provided, that you would have possibly 9 cars for the incoming peak period. And so, as we had said, that if you have 142 parking spaces for 514 dwelling units, then it is reasonable to say that they will be booked. They will be residents will use those. And I'm not belaboring the point, but if you were to take the parking facility as a trip generator in and of itself, because it's booked out, the trip generation that you could consider is that there's 142 cars returning in a peak hour. So for me, I look in the Institute of Transportation Engineers for what would be appropriate, and I believe it's appropriate to use a parking facility as what's driving the trip generation here. Because if you can't park here, you're not going to go here. If you are the 300 plus that do not have a parking space, you are going to go elsewhere. And that was characterized by the applicant traffic engineer as bundled in the building or unbundled parking, right? So what drives the trip generation down to Edison is the parking garage. And you look to how do you determine the trip generation for the parking garage or verify that? If you look for the different sources, the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation does not exactly have a parking lot trip generation. But if we look to the NJDOT, they consider a parking lot to generate in the peak hour 1 parking space, 1 trip, right? So it would be 142 peak hour trips. And if you to do the split, 70 to come in at night and 30% to leave at night. You do the math, that's 142 times 0.7 is approximately 100 trips would arrive during the evening peak hour based on a trip generation rate from the NJDOT. That being said, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you keep going.
Okay. So that's our premise, is that, that's what's going to drive the trip generation here, because it's a booked out parking lot. So you have 100 trips that would go down Edison Place during peak hour, evening peak hour, that would be simultaneous to the surge that is experienced by when they have an event at the Prudential Center. So those 2 layers of traffic would be present at during that peak hour. So for us, the real question is, can the parking system handle the peak parking demand of approximately 100 vehicles in a peak hour? We don't know the answer to that question. I did some, cursory, it's called queuing theory, the service rate, time in the queue, what is the expectation or probability of the queue? But I don't have the information to do that from the applicant to date. We've heard a few minutes, which, if you're in grammar school, a few is 3 plus, right? A couple is 2, a few is 3. I don't know what the number is. We heard from the architect this evening that if you were to call for your car, it's a 10 to 15 minute process. 10 to 15 minute process is alarming to me, because it would never work. You wouldn't even bother trying to park during that time period. You would just cool your heels somewhere else till that frees up, because the queue would go back out onto Broad Street. So we don't know the number of the parking operation. So for that, I'm going to do is stop my share right now, and I'm going to refer back to where I was, so I don't lose the train of thought here that I was talking about. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, so back to what I was saying, that we made the attempt to see the mathematical equation for the queue. I assume that you come in to park, 45 seconds, you gather your stuff up out of your car. You know that your car is not accessible to you right away. So you can't forget anything in your car, right? When you valet, when you go away, your resort, if you get something, the valet's got to bring your car back down to you. So you got to be, got to be mindful of that. Then from the valet to lift, let's figure another 45 seconds. If you take the lift to the car is going to be loaded to the parking level, figure 3 minutes. If you have both lifts going, it's 90 seconds. And then the lift has to be sent back down. It's another 90 seconds. And the vehicle from the lift back to you is another 45 seconds. So we figure it's about a 5 minutes, 15 second process to do that, which falls within the window of what we've heard before. But it's critical that the board knows whether that traffic of 100 cars that could arrive in the peak hour is going to spill out to Edison Place. It's because you don't really have a deep alleyway or throat to receive the vehicles. You have stacking for 6, but it's really a 3-car stack, which is about 60 feet. 60 feet, you're out in the street. And because Edison Place is only 20 feet wide, if you were to have one car hang over, just from like say the rear passenger side back out, Edison Place is now rendered not working. It's really tough. So those are the concerns that we really have. The concern we had about the loading zone, it's from what we've heard, it's been figured out with the city and the applicant. We're not going to belabor that point, but we do not know what the queue will be. And it's common to ask for this. I remember in the heydays of drive-throughs for drive-through restaurants and whatnot. As a traffic engineer, we have to provide the queue to see if you're going to spill back out into the parking or the nearest street or right of way. And so far, the applicant has not provided that. And that is our concern. I believe it is going to spill back out. We appreciate that the connection's been made to Market Street. And I can appreciate that the stacking can be augmented for the plan that's in exhibit mode. That's what I'll call it for now. That goes out to Market. You can use that whole line to stack cars in. But with the plan that's before us, we have maybe parking pre-stack for 9 vehicles. So there's a lot going on with the mechanical system. It can only go so fast, right? And we don't know what the duration of each step is. And I don't think the board has that information. So, we all understand, and, I can be corrected that what we heard was that it is a normal condition during the traffic analysis testimony that they considered it a normal condition that there was not an event at the Pru. And if you take the ratio of 200 plus events over 365, that's about 55%. So I would say to the board that the testimony provided that said that it was normal not to have an event. I think it's normal to have an event. It is normal to close Edison Place with a barricade truck, and it is normal to reverse flow for safety Edison Place. So we believe that that's all it has to be characterized as normal. So, not to belabor the point, again, I believe that we do not have the assurance that the parking system will back up onto Edison Place. And it cannot back up onto Edison Place because there is nowhere to go with a 20-foot wide curb to curb street. There's no pass by and there's no wiggle room. So that's what our concern is. If there was a bypass lane that could be created by carving out the maybe a small bubble in front of the proposed project, so other cars could scoot by, that would be all to the good. But it's only so effective because during the common peak hour of an event, and the peak hour for people returning home, of the 142 spaces that would be occupied, they overlap. So I don't know if it's going to be very effective. So we have to have a system and an assurance that we know with reasonable engineering certainty that it is not going to back up to Edison, because it can. And I don't know if we've heard that testimony. So those are,
Ron?
Yes, go ahead.
Brian, can you bring up that sheet again that shows the interior so we could see clearly what we're talking about?
The new one was provided tonight?
No, not the new one. The one you had just before that, sheet C5.
Okay, hold on.
We want to.
Site plans. And share screen again. Share the screen if appropriate. Do you have what you have?
Yeah, we have it now. Okay, so you either have 6 or 9 spots there, right?
Yes.
There's the 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, right? We either have 6. If let's just say a machine is out of commission, right? That can happen, right? Mm-hmm. So the stacking problem is all 9 are filled up somehow, right? I want you to go over that so the board has an understanding. I think it's basic, but I want to just go through it quickly, right? The problem is, what happens if all the 6 spaces, if it's a one-way or the 9 are blocked up, cars are gonna be on the curb blocking Edison, correct?
Yeah, I believe that it's a real scenario that you could have an equipment issue either with the 2 lifts. We don't know what kind of reliability they have. It could be, I assume that it's going to be a hydraulic system for this that are fairly reliable, but I do not know that. And I don't know the speed of lift, but all these are mechanical systems, and we understand that it saves space for the ramping to the deck, and the space is not here. We're not debating that. We just need a system that works and doesn't spill back onto Edison. We don't know what that is. Every scenario, every mechanical scenario that you can imagine that goes wrong with the lift system does go wrong with the lift system. They're frustrating to use. The operator, Libby Heller, said herself that she was contemplating them, and she did not install them because they have reliability issues. And not that she's an expert on that, but that's a pretty fair assessment.
And let's just say a car is in the first spot on the right there, right? In position, right there. I'm going to call that position number 1, right? And so the person gets out of their car, they leave their keys in there, or they give it to the attendant. The attendant's going to take it. It's not a straight shot into those lifts now, is it? There's a good bit of maneuvering. Can you talk about that?
Well, not having the benefit of the turning template into the staging area, I would imagine that he would go up to position 2, back, and fill, because it depends on how it needs to be received upstairs. And I think upstairs, the car should probably present out, right, with the headlights this way. So then you would have to back and fill to pull out. I'm not saying that a skilled attendant couldn't back it out, but that's probably how it's going to go in. Because we don't have testimony on the operations, so I'm a little bit out on a limb here, but I can say. Go ahead.
And so you're calling really for a detailed stacking analysis, correct?
I think that what Ms. Heller and myself and perhaps the board is that we do not have an understanding of the duration of the parking operation during the peak hour. And if there is a surge, and if the surge can't be managed, how can it be managed? That's what we don't know.
Okay, and we don't know what equipment manufacturer, we could have missed it, but did you see anything about the type of equipment that they're going to be using?
I just saw some prototypical images from the architect as he was scrolling through his exhibit in his PowerPoint, but he did not exactly testify to the model number and its specifications.
Okay, do we have any locations where systems of similar type and similar configuration have been successful? Do we have that in the record as far as you know?
From this hearing to this, from last to this hearing, no.
Okay, do we have any identification of reports that show a location somewhere with how long it takes to move a car up and down? Like, you know, it's working like this in Hoboken or in Philadelphia or in New York, where somebody has done some timing studies. Does it take 90 seconds or a minute and a half or 3 minutes to get a car up and down? Do we have any of that in the record?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do we have any turning templates to show how the movements, like say a car is parked in slot number 3 behind number 1 there, right? I mean, it's not going to be so easy to get him immediately into the lift, right? They're going to have to.
You know, it's like, you remember the cheap 5 and dime kids puzzle where you had the slots and the squares, and you had to solve the puzzle by moving the blank space over. It's kind of like turns into that kind of like a game of figuring out where to place the empty slot so that the other vehicles can move forward. Which, you know, parking attendants are skilled at that, but we don't have that template or the work out of that.
Okay, so we don't have the lift speed. Is that correct?
No, we don't have any specifications or information on the duration of any of the parking maneuvers.
Okay.
Anything further, Mr. Skolnick?
Okay, let me just check, Chairman. Ryan, you have anything else?
Yeah, you
want to comment further on the access? I take it you think that the drawing that we saw tonight is the start of a better plan that could be further worked on.
I think that, you know, it's difficult to use Edison Place as your main vehicle access. We understand that, but we have to, and in that context, I believe that because the parking area is right up against Edison, and they're using, as I understand it, there is a 10-foot front yard setback. It's actually in this thing. That 10-foot front yard setback is actually being used for parking maneuvers. So it's so critical that they do not spill back onto Edison Place. I don't mean to be redundant, but if you have, which is going to be a signature project for the city of Newark, and if we don't get the traffic right, and we don't understand how it's going to operate, they'll be, you know, it's just this board is better than that. I know it is. And we just need to understand that Edison Place can function with the parking scheme as presented. That's really what I have to say about it, Rick.
Thank you, Brian.
Anything further?
Okay, right now, Brian, the plan calls for trucks to make a left turn in from Edison. Is that correct? The revised plan that may or may not be in front of the board requires trucks to make a left into Edison, right?
So I'm going to share a screen again because it actually has been uploaded.
Okay. Do we have? Okay. So do we have? So Edison is between 17 and 20 feet. Have you seen, at least as we sit here at 9:52, truck turning templates to make sure trucks could make that left turn in?
No, I mean the toughest truck to design to is a single unit 40. So that's where I usually start with my templates. But you can also do the classic Amazon panel van, which you would expect to get in here. It might be close, but we do not have the benefit of the turning templates done in the software that we usually use that is a resident in AutoCAD. We haven't seen any of those exhibits yet.
Okay, and are you aware of any place where the Amazon trucks are gonna be parking for this? We hear testimony on that?
No, I don't recall hearing the frequency of parcel deliveries. I mean, I think we can all relate to that. There's parcel deliveries to most residential homes at least, once a week. And we don't know what that share of trip generation would be package deliveries during the day.
We don't know where the Amazon trucks are gonna park, that you've seen at least at this time.
Right. I mean, with the new scheme provided, you would imagine that they would come in Edison, work their way through, park in that loading area, and the packages would make their way to. There was a parcel room, and they probably think this one has one also. Will make its way to the parcel room somehow.
Have we seen on the plans where any food delivery trucks are gonna be parking? Have you heard any testimony about that?
No, I think that in this plan that we're seeing that, I believe it's gonna be, this path is gonna be used all day long because it's too convenient not to use.
Okay, so you think this is a start, but you have to see a stacking analysis to make sure nobody spills back out onto Edison, because it's gonna block Edison up pretty badly.
The math is pretty straightforward. It's queuing theory is described. It could be single channel or multi-channel service channel. As long as it makes sense, but we don't have that benefit of it. So
okay, and as an engineer worried about traffic safety, would it be your opinion that the board should have that analysis in front of it before it votes on this application?
I think this is the key issue of this project. Yes.
That concludes our testimony, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for the traffic engineer? Questions from the board for the objector's traffic engineer? Mr. Intendola, I think you made it very clear that stacking back out onto Edison Place is and should be is a concern you have and should be a concern of the board, and that stacking concern is really exacerbated by the potential of the time it takes to move the cars to their parking spaces. Is that fair to say?
That is the gist of my concern. Yes.
And that may, we don't know, and you said you can't, you don't know, and so the board doesn't know if that's going to cause queuing out onto Edison Street. Is that fair to say? Did I get that right?
Yes. Yes.
So if that would also exist if we were on Market Street, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that concern also exist on Market Street?
Well, no, because on Market Street you have a little bit more room, right?
Well, I mean, but cars could still queue out onto Market Street, right?
Right. It is not as critical on Market Street because you have a little bit more room to move around vehicles, because I believe it's 2 lanes either way.
Right. But I'm just saying that would also be true on Market Street. Cars could queue out onto Market Street. It's a bigger street.
Right. I mean, that's what's critical, is because Edison's so narrow.
Right. So yeah, but it's going to be a problem whether it's on Edison. Cars queuing out into the street could be a problem whether it's on Edison or Market Street. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, yes. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work either way.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the traffic engineer? Questions from the Mr. Souter? Questions for the traffic engineer? Luckily, you are muted, Council. So I'll take that as a no. I don't. You're still muted.
easiest cross I ever had.
No, I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions from the public for Mr. Intendola, the traffic engineer. I see a raised hand, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that the city's engineer has her hand raised as well.
I didn't. Oh, yes, now I see this.
I'll defer to the city's engineer first.
Let's move to the city's engineer. Ma'am, could you could you raise your right hand just in case? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and title for the record, please?
Dolores Martinez Wooden, Director of the Department of Engineering, City of Newark.
Thank you. Ms. Wooden.
Sure. I do have a question. As you know, the city's vested on the traffic impact of the study, not only to the area, the businesses, and the residents. I do have a question. What would you say, as a traffic professional, what would you say are the key factors that makes the determination to your studies that are different from Edison Place to Market Street?
For me, Ms. Wooden, I believe that because, Edison Place, in my mind, is has a unique function in the city of Newark, right? It provides the left turn off of Broad Street down to Edison, which I was involved in preserving that left turn when Edison Place, when Broad Street was doing its first round of aesthetic improvements. And then I went on to manage Broad Street from Edison down to City Hall. I was the resident engineer on that project, working for Michael Gellin at the time. And then so what is critical about this application is that because Edison provides conflicting functions, it is the access to Prudential Center. It has a portion that is commercialized and has restaurants. It is also controlled for public safety, for egress from Prudential Center events. So it has all these conflicting functions, and we're just trying to avoid another function that's going to not mesh with all the other functions. And if you have a spillback from a new land use, that would really impede all the totality of the function of Edison Place. And I think the question was as compared to Market Street. So Market Street is basically, the way I understand Market Street, it is the east-west through street for the city of Newark. And we know that because turning movements are limited at Market Street, at the signal at Broad and Market. So that signifies to me that it's really given over to a vehicle capacity. So that's how I understand Market Street. And I think that Edison can accommodate the entrance, but it really has to be carefully thought out.
Understood. As part of your study, did you look at the makeup of the city of Newark as to the ratio between pedestrians and vehicular traffic per se?
Well, the way you would do that is that you would have to do a traffic count as like a sample, and to see what pedestrians versus, like say if you went up to Broad, Branford, and Addison and did a ped count, which I think that was in the applicant's traffic study. It does break out, that's their study. It doesn't, I think it does have some of that, but I did not look at pedestrians specifically in the area.
Okay. But I'm sorry, my question is, but for your, when you approached this challenge, right, when you were looking at this location for your client, was that a factor in your traffic study, the makeup of the city when it comes from pedestrians to vehicular?
Right.
Was that part of your study?
Like specific to this location, when your people are going into Prudential Center and when they come out, it is a sea of pedestrians. You know, I've gone to events there. I dropped my daughter off of events there. She's at the concert right now, the Nicki Minaj concert with a friend. So I don't think there's a larger concentration of pedestrians from the barricade truck to the east. I don't think there's a higher concentration anywhere else in the city. So it is significant with the amount of pedestrians in the area.
Okay. Did any part of your study consider the Market Street side versus the Edison Place side without an event?
Well, I did look at the traffic volumes from the July traffic report from Stonefield. That was a non-event. And then in my letter, I have event traffic that had a Devils game, a Seton Hall game, and a Devils game again. And what we learned is that when we put the tubes down, the traffic is reversed. And it was reversed 3 nights in a row. You can almost time it to the minute. As soon as the Seton Hall game got out, traffic was reversed back out onto Broad Street. And that's in the report I submitted. You can see it, and I put it right in the report.
Okay. Why is that again? Why is this reverse traffic?
The traffic is reversed on a routine basis because it is my belief that during an event, it's barricaded with a barricade truck. And then the only way you can get back out anywhere is that you have to go west up to Broad Street. That's how it works. And you can time it to the minute when a game is over. And based on the tube counts that we did, the automatic traffic counts, it shows exactly when it starts to reverse. During the day, it's one-way Edison eastbound. And then after, it starts to flip.
So you know, I'm curious. Like, you know, we're talking about this agreement and so on and so forth, right? I'm curious as to why not the whole strip of Edison Place get closed. But I think we all know, right, why the whole street of Edison Place doesn't get closed, right? I'm sorry, let me make myself clear. The strip of Edison Place, you know, does not get closed because there are other businesses in Edison Place that need to be serviced, right? And need to commute. Is that part of your study?
Well, no, it's part of the observation that Edison Place is closed. I believe it is closed, not totally up at Broad Street, because there are businesses, as you said, that need access, but also those that had parked there prior to need to get out and they can't go east anymore because the powers that be that are managing traffic for the Prudential Center do not want vehicle traffic going any further east than need be, because then the pedestrians can outflow and get to their cars or whatever business they want to after an event.
Okay, can I just ask you, I mean, since it's, you know, I think you made a lot of observations that are relevant. 2 things, you mentioned about what's normal in the area. Do you think that is normal to have traffic against the, you know, to reverse the traffic on a one-way, possibly opening the opportunity to left turn and Broad Street, which are illegal?
So when you speak normal, I'm going to take it from a mathematical definition. If something happens more than 50% of the time, I consider that normal, right? When the situation itself, to characterize it as normal, it is not normal.
Okay. So it's normal, but it could be illegal, right?
It's not illegal. It is under the guidance of the powers that be that manage traffic for Prudential.
So can I just the powers that be is the Department of Engineering. Am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yes, the authority, jurisdiction, and the powers that be over every state in the city of Newark that do not belong to the county or the state or the federal government are the jurisdiction of the Department of Engineering, Traffic and Signals, of which I am the director, sir. And I've checked with my team, Chairman, and I am still in the search of an agreement that was approved for the city because, again, we are the authority that would approve such agreement. Just for the record, we're looking into that. But you know, I just wanted to ask another professional, from professional to professional, right? If a study to me has to be all inclusive of the factors. In this case, we're talking about market heavily, and we're talking about Edison Place heavily. One of the things that I'm noticing is alleviating the Edison situation aggravates market, and that is not beneficial to the city of Newark, right? So I think that when we have this conversation of professionals, we kind of have to balance those two, because the building has frontage in both. So we cannot just balance the scale as to what happens in Edison without at least in a little bit giving a little bit of focus to Market, who is, you know, which is a street that is, you know, I don't even have to sit here, right, and talk about Market Street, which is, you know, the main artery, I would say, of the city of Newark. So I just wanted to make clear whether the traffic engineer on the objector side did pay attention to the makeup of the city of Newark in the area. There's a lot of pedestrians, not just in Prudential. And you know, just wanted to see if part of the studies and part of the considerations before his testimony were the fact that there are pedestrians, heavy pedestrians in Market Street, not much vehicular per se, if you put it on a ratio scale. When it comes to Edison, is the opposite. And I just want to make sure that there's an equity, right, in the conversation of the two streets in the vicinity of the project. That's all.
Thank you. I cut off Mr. Nelson. Had to go to the city engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you.
No problem. I mean, Janice can go next too.
Okay, Mr. Follow, could you just state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Denise Follow, Pavilion Apartments, the city of Newark. So I wasn't supposed to be part of this particular conversation. I was here for the Hawthorne Avenue. But I'm listening, and I'm trying to understand Miss Heller. And so this question is for Brian. So do you think that it's fair when there is an event and residents like myself who lives not too far from where these events are held, where the events take up the first
I lost you on that sentence.
second lane on Broad Street, getting into Edison Place, and
Mr. Follow, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. Let's and you're frozen. So let's move to Mr. Nelson. We'll come back. Mr. Nelson, your name and address for the record, please. Mr. Nelson, your name.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Just wanted to make sure. Marcus Nelson, 198 Market Street.
You have a question for the traffic engineer, sir?
Yes, I do, Mr. Antonol. I have a few questions here. Of course, you have your review here, and I wanted to just ask for a comparison for start. Have you similarly reviewed any other proposed apartment building that utilizes a valet-based parking system, let's say anywhere within the New York metro area? Have you done a similar review for any other building like this?
I did not a review, but we were laying out a project. I think it was up in Cliffside Park about 15 years ago, and they were going to use a mechanical system like this, and they decided not to because it wasn't quite working for them. So that's how I became familiar with the mechanical parking systems. That they're a great idea and concept, but they need a little bit more work on the reliability side.
Okay, so the last one was a decade and a half ago. I have that right? Okay. Next question. You mentioned in your report the possibility of a parking deficit. I believe that's what you said. In your expert opinion, do you find that every resident of an apartment building in an urban downtown would choose to drive for every trip instead of taking any alternatives like here we have walking, the scooter share, that kind of micro mobility thing, buses, light rail, the trains at Newark Penn. Do you find that people choose to drive instead of any of those alternatives?
The attorney will correct me if I answer this, but it was not part of my direct testimony. But I will hazard an answer if you.
Go for it.
I would say that what you're talking about is modal choice, right? If you live in this, signature project, why would you use your car, right? You would go to the local restaurant as food options become available downtown, or you can go right to the where the Haynes used to be. So you wouldn't need to use your car. But what we do know is that under the ordinance, right, there's a certain number of parking spaces to be provided, and a certain number of spaces are provided. And in that's what we were putting that in context with. Of course, there will be, hopefully, reduced vehicle trips because then you can just avail yourself of the neighborhood if it's convenient for you. So I hope I answered your question.
Right. I believe about kind of on a related note, is there any evidence that kind of in general, residents might choose to just not drive at all while they're living in the building? For example, you have a Whole Foods down the street, you have the light rail, you have the buses. Is there evidence that, again, kind of they'll make that modal choice to just forgo cars entirely? And kind of regardless of what the statute says.
I would believe there would be a share of residents that wouldn't have a car. Why would you need it? If you choose to be a resident in this building, I think you'd be aware that you may not need a car. That if you work in the city, you can get down to Penn Station and walk down. And that's, there's another ordinance that the city has is that if you're within a certain number of feet of a transit, I think it's hard rail, like rail, you don't even need parking. But we're reacting to the parking that is provided.
Sure. To kind of speak specifically to lifts, since that's kind of been a focus here, I know Edison Park Fast seems to have a number of parking lots with lifts that are relatively close to this building. In your expert opinion, have any of those suggested any clear likelihood of being unreliable?
I did not have the opportunity to check on the reliability.
At any of the Edison Park Fast or any other parking operator, you haven't checked?
No, I haven't had the opportunity. No.
Okay. Let's see. Is there any reason to believe, in again your expert opinion, that the developer of this project would procure a particularly unreliable brand or type of lift?
To me, that's a ridiculous question. You want to get the best equipment that you can. So I don't know how to answer that.
Okay.
You did. Anything further, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, one last one. You mentioned, I believe, at one point earlier in your testimony that you said, I believe it was this loading area is too convenient not to use. Do you anticipate at all vehicles somehow gaining access to the loading area to cut through without the project owner's permission?
No, I didn't say that.
Too convenient not to use?
I said too convenient not to use in service of the building. And they would go on to use the parcel office that would be available to them. There was no intimation or no direct testimony saying that it would be used as a cut through by others than associated with the building.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Antonelli.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the public for Mr. Antonelli? Ms. Afolo, you're back. You want to see if you can get your questions in now? You're muted.
What I was trying to understand from the witness Brian is that there was talk about Amazon trucks. Well, if the entrance or the lobby area is in the front of the building, Amazon will do just like they've always been doing: pull up, block up traffic, and go in the building and do that. I mean, that's what they do. If it's something for your restaurants or everything, if they can pull on Edison Place, they're gonna do that and pull up on the sidewalk, whatever they have to do and deliver. So I think that some of these things we are just trying to make visual problems, but we know how Amazon deliver. But at the end of the day, the question is, what are we really concerned about? Are we concerned about the traffic? Are we concerned about what this new building is going to have in terms of how their lift work and their parking? Is that something that that the Ryan and Miss Heller them should be? That's their problem. They need to figure it out. And if it becomes a problem, then they have to remedy. But I just think that some of these things we're talking about, you guys, this could have been handled, mutually.
Question, Mr. Poe.
And the question is, Ryan, do you live in the city of Newark?
I did. I had a great time.
Ryan, do you live in the city of Newark?
I do not. I live in Nutley, New Jersey, and I went to the school at NJIT. I did the Broad Street project, and I lived on High Street when I went to college.
Ryan?
You're still.
I'm a Newarker.
Any other questions for? Any other questions?
No more questions. No more.
Are there any other questions for the traffic engineer? Mr. Skolnick, do you have any other witnesses?
I don't have any other witnesses. Can I just ask them a question or two about the Market Street entrance? And
redirect, please.
I think it's redirect. Brian, you have the March 28th letter from Mr. Trafficante, right?
Yes.
Okay, he's recommending.
You know what, Mr. Skolnick? Let's hold those questions. I want to call Mr. Trafficante.
Excellent.
Mr. Trafficante. Mr. Trafficante, unusually we haven't, it's 10:20, we haven't heard a peep out of you.
Yeah, how about that?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name and title for the record, please?
My name is Charles Trafficante. I'm a principal engineer and a professional engineer with the City of Newark Department of Engineering. My license is active and in good standing with the state board.
So, Mr. Trafficante, I received from you, well, not from you, but I received a statement, a general statement, it's titled, dated March 28th, regarding this project. It ends with 5 recommendations. Ms. Trafficante, I wonder if you could address this, please.
Well, the first 4 paragraphs are a reiteration of the statement made at last week's zoning board meeting, basically going on record. And at the end, at the suggestion of the zoning board, we had a meeting with the applicant's professional design team. We being the Department of Engineering and the city's Department of Planning and Zoning and the board planner. In an attempt to alleviate some of the concerns and lighten the traffic load, we came up with the following 5 recommendations. We wanted to bring all commercial traffic, residential traffic in down Edison Place and relocate the loading zone to inside the building.
So this is your department's recommendation to move the traffic entering the building from Market Street to Edison. Is that correct?
Yes, well, the loading zone. They were never proposing entrance off of Market Street. They were off of Edison.
Okay.
Have both, and second item is have both commercial traffic, residential traffic exit onto Market Street with vehicular egress relocated to the northwest corner of the subject site, away from the T intersection of Market Street and Beaver Street, so it didn't conflict with pedestrian foot traffic. All traffic shall be limited to a right turn only, because Market Street is 2 lanes in both directions with a double yellow line. So the exit driveway will be limited to a right hand turn only out of the building. However, we also recommended that vehicle egress onto Edison Place be restricted in coordination with the events at the arena. In other words, there are events at the arena, it might be still a consideration to allow traffic to go back out onto Edison Place if it's in the best interests of the police department, since they regulate traffic, right? They're the ones deciding when it can go one way and two way down Edison, if I'm not mistaken. Third item, applicant shall provide testimony to the board as to the type of foundation, vibration, attenuation, if needed, and bracing to be installed, and how they intend to protect adjacent buildings on adjacent lots that are to remain. It is recommended the applicant provide sufficient methods for supporting and protecting adjacent buildings during the project. Well, I believe Mr. Mugu addressed that earlier this evening with his diagrams showing a V-shaped excavation and noting the existing foundation walls to the site, buildings on site to be demolished. Foundation walls will remain in place, and they were going to set back the new basement 10 feet from the side yard property lines.
Are you going to ask for any drawings regarding this or additional information to your office, Mr. Trafficante?
Yes, they would have to submit all new drawings showing, besides the sketches shown tonight, they would have to formally submit plans as part of the conditional preliminary and final site plan approval. All right. And if I may finish the last 2 points.
Please.
Item 4, applicant shall provide testimony to the board as to how they intend to provide garbage recycled materials collection for both residential units and the commercial spaces. The Department of Engineering recommends collection of garbage and recycled materials be brought out that is in place on scheduled picked up dates only. Furthermore, restrictions shall apply on the days of collection. Again, as previously noted by the director, Market Street is the center of the city. It's a place you don't want to leave trash or have garbage trucks blocking a lane of traffic. So it seemed prudent. The lesser of the two evils is have trash collection on Edison Place. It's intended to use Edison Place as an access for trucks, and that includes garbage trucks, moving vans, okay, any delivery vans to the commercial space. There's over 11,000 square feet of commercial space to the building. So the intent was to have trucks, including garbage trucks, come in off of Edison Place, but have the garbage trucks remain on Edison Place, not drive through the building and exit onto Market Street. Last item, and I think this concerns everyone, the most important. The Department of Engineering also recommends to the board that as a condition of approval, the applicant be required to provide measures for mitigation and remediation of problems from traffic flow along Broad Street, Market Street, and Edison Place during and after construction that can be attributed to the project site. Basically, that's a catch-all to guarantee that the developer and property owner, in case he sells it, is still on the hook to take some actions after the fact, either during construction or after it's been built. Usually the first 2 years are the worst during the construction, and usually within 2 years after as people move in. All right, that's the biggest concern. But there was the intent to provide something on record that there be a condition imposed on the applicant that he agrees to provide some measures of remediation and mitigation should there be a problem with things like stacking. All right. One other point I'd like to bring to the board, as far as full access on Market Street, you're not allowed to make a right turn from Broad Street onto Market Street, or for that matter, from Market Street onto Broad Street. The only way to get to this site is down Edison. That's just the way, that's the law. That's the way to try. If you drive down either of those streets, you can Google it, and you will see traffic markings and signs. There's no turns allowed at that traffic light intersection on Market Street, Broad Street. So it's a suggestion to make a full access on Market Street doesn't really make sense. Now, not to play devil's advocate, I'm just stating the fact. That's what's there now.
So I guess
my boss wants to be recognized.
Oh. I see a hand raised by the city engineer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask Mr. Traficante, my dear colleague, Mr. Traficante, how much of this information would you say we discussed in the previous in our first session? How much of this do you think that we discussed in the first session?
First session, on Monday.
Yes, I'm sorry, on not our meeting that we had this week, but the first meeting.
Last week's
The first board meeting. I'm sorry, I apologize. The first board meeting. How much of this document do you recognize that we may have discussed or mentioned in last week's meeting?
Well, the first opening 4 paragraphs were stated at the last meeting last week. We just repeated it to go on record. The other comments, we really, it was, some people may have suggested, I don't know, that their access be provided on Market Street, but we really didn't, it was touched on briefly, but.
Would you say that any of these, I'm sorry.
Item 5,
I'm sorry.
the one about, as a condition of approval, I mentioned, and that's about, with the foresight that should this been voted on last week, that there would be something on the record, on the resolution of approval, requiring that the applicant, property owner, be held accountable and be committed to providing measures for the mitigation and remediation of problems from traffic flow along Broad Street, Market Street, and Edison Place during an after construction.
Understood. Mr. Traficante, do you recall from last week something about the frontage in Market Street versus the back of house in Edison Place? Do you recall that conversation?
I remember there was a conversation about how the frontage is on Market Street is the primary focus. It's there to be and generate for pedestrian foot traffic. It's it's supposed to be an attraction.
Do you consider Edison Place a back of house kind of road, or is it a main street in the city?
Basically it's a backup road. It's a one-way road. It's narrow, so it basically provide access to all those businesses on Edison Street, as well as including the parking lots that are there now and future access to the back of this building. It's coming in.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you, Mr. Traficante. Appreciate you and appreciate the time that you're putting in. I know that you guys are late before a holiday, so I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Souter, questions? Any questions for Mr. Traficante?
Apologies, muting myself. I do not have questions, Mr. Chairman.
I guess I will ask then, and you need a couple of minutes for this, as a condition of approval, would you agree to comply with each and every condition set forth in Mr. Traficante's general statement dated March 28th?
Yes.
And I would just say, as to number 5, that would you agree to your applicant conducting quarterly meetings to review and update any agreements that you make regarding traffic flow and the mitigation of that?
Yes.
Ms. Traficante, do you think quarterly meetings would be sufficient if required?
Yes, with the option if they make them more frequent if the case needs to be. But I think every 3 months for now is a good start.
I know it's not here.
Do you agree to that, Council Souter?
Yes.
Commissioner Monfort?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We can barely hear you.
I'm getting like Commissioner is with this microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
For the record, last week I did state about the issue with the no right turn onto Market Street and the situation with Market. With all the engineers on here tonight and with the applicant on here, I would like to know how would they feel about cutting down floors and creating underground parking deck for parking instead of this parking lot to make this a better situation. I'm done, Mr. Chair. But they can think about it and answer that.
Well, that's drop the bomb on you, counsel.
I'll take it this way, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. I think we can work with the city's engineers and come up with a solution. I'm mindful, Commissioner Montford, that we've come up with a plan to ensure that we don't disturb the buildings around us. So digging that deep into the ground may cause some other concerns. So we would, as a condition of approval, work with the city's engineers to explore that option. And if we disagree, we will need to come back.
Is that acceptable to you, Vice Chair?
Thank you, Council, because understanding, looking at projects like this in New York, in Atlanta, and usually they come with underground parking. So hearing everybody, hearing the applicant, hearing the concerned citizens, hearing the business owners, someone's not going to get what they want. But we have to find a common ground if this application is going to be approved. But I'm amenable to that.
Thank you. Mr. Skolnick.
Yes.
Questions for Mr. Traficante?
No. No, I think my client, if there's an opportunity, Chairman, at some point my client is itching to say something. So I just want to reserve that right on if there's time.
What can you give us a proffer?
No, because I'm on the call. I'd have to take 2 minutes to talk to her on the phone if you want to give me a break for 2 minutes.
Mr. Teller? Her client had the opportunity to speak for almost ad nauseum. I don't know.
So are you an expert? Are you an expert, Mr. Sauter, on the length of public comment that you can offer an expert opinion on that?
Gentlemen, the hour is late.
Yes.
The hour is late.
You want to let her speak?
If Mr. Skolnick has no other witnesses, Mr. Sauter, you have no other witnesses. Ms. Heller wants to share some brief remarks. Brief, Ms. Heller. Ms. Heller, I would just note, we did give you quite some time to speak. I'd ask you to keep your remarks brief.
You got to take yourself off of mute. You're muted, Libby.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to give some brief remarks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair Montford.
If she's giving remarks, maybe, and there's no more testimony, maybe we should just go into discussion. If she's not going to ask a question.
Well, let's hope Ms. Heller will give us some brief remarks.
I'd like to make a closing statement, a short closing statement, Chairman.
Well, let's have Ms. Heller make her brief remark.
Okay. Can you hear me? Am
Yes.
I on? Okay. The one thing I noticed that there's some consternation about the buffer, and I just wanted to say that for one event at one time, someone suggested that we remove the buffer, and it took about 15 minutes for the police to come to the parking lot and say, please put the buffer up. Because what happens is not only do the cars go down Edison Place through the pedestrians, but you also have the cars pouring out of the parking lots on the bottom at Mulberry Street. And they are substantial parking lots. So what happened was all the traffic started backing up on Edison Place because there was no place for the cars to go.
Understood.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Skolnick.
Summation?
Hold on. Commissioner Montford, is that a new hand? Vice Chair Montford, is that a new hand or an old hand?
He's muted.
Okay. And I think I see Ms. McNulty. Did you have something you wanted to say, Ms. McNulty? I'll assume that's a no. Mr. Skolnick, you want to sum up, please?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. We appreciate your time on the application. As you heard, my client is not against this project. My client is not against this project. However, she's been in business for a very long time, and she has serious concerns about the street being blocked and about lack of sufficient information for this board to vote. We're asking you, require the applicant to submit a detailed stacking analysis like Brian talked about. What's the make of the machinery? How often does it break down? How often is it going to take the lift to go up and down? What locations has the equipment that they're proposing worked at? What's the throughput? Where's the volume analysis? Where's the turning radii to show that the cars can maneuver in and out? I'm going to suggest to you, Chairman, that this is a critical component of the application and cannot be deferred to your staff. This involves traffic safety in the entire area. It's an essential element of every land use application. Traffic safety, safety at the ingress and egress. We have no testimony on a stacking analysis, and we believe that it's not appropriate to leave this to staff where the public can't be involved. My client has no assurance if there's a condition of approval that it's going to be involved with staff, just like there was apparently a big meeting yesterday that we were not involved. So I'm asking the board, hold off. It's not unreasonable. Hold off, require the applicant to produce a detailed stacking analysis, give us a chance to review it, and let's see if the system can really work, because I think we all understand it's an aggressive system to move all those cars in and out. It's over 100 movements in the peak hour. That's going to be about 2 cars a minute, or almost 2 cars a minute, coming in and out of the system. That's a very aggressive methodology. We all know that because we've all had some degree of experience with car stacking systems in New York or elsewhere. We don't have the proof that this system could work. And if it doesn't work, there's going to be cars backed up onto Edison Place with severe consequences to my client. So I'm asking that you adjourn and require the applicant to produce a stacking analysis. Second, we believe that a staging plan is part of this board's jurisdiction, Chairman, respectfully. Safety of the public is critical. We believe the applicant should produce a staging plan to show that its construction is not going to harm the safety of the public. What would go into that? What type of equipment, the materials, the impacts on the streets, the need for street closures, what size of trucks, what's the safety plan? All that is critical. All that is critical to making sure this site can operate safely. And that, I submit, should be subject to public scrutiny. Please force the applicant to produce a robust staging plan, submit it, give us a chance to go back and forth and to work it out so we know that the streets aren't going to be closed. Where is all the steel going to come? Where are the trucks going to go? We have no information. I respect what you said, Chairman, but I do believe it's part of this board's authority to require a showing that the construction can be done safely. We believe that Mr. Traficante's comments should be incorporated, but we haven't seen the plan yet. We don't have the details. This is the back of a napkin. These plans are supposed to be on file 10 days before. And in a project that is so significant to the city, I think that's a reasonable request. The municipal land use law says plans that you're going to approve have to be on file 10 days before. We haven't had a reasonable chance. I'm not so sure what the incredible urgency is. On a project that is so significant, it is complex. My client is not against the project. They're not, it's underparked significantly, and she's a parking lot operator. Think about that. She's not against the project. It's going to produce a lot of business for her. But she is concerned about that plan, that the back of the napkin that was shown tonight. It could be improved. There are only 9 spots. Maybe they have a plan where they could do 15 spots inside. The staff hasn't seen that. Nobody's had a chance. So those are the 3 requests, Chairman. A robust stacking analysis, a robust staging plan, and the plans on file 10 days in advance, and give us a chance to reasonably make our comments to the engineering department to see if we have a suggestion that can improve the stacking situation. And let this work. It's the biggest project. You know, the board knows how large it is. It's complex. We're trying to do it in 2 public hearings over the course of 7 days. I think if with a little more time, there could be significant improvement. I thank the board for its time.
Thank you, Mr. Skolnick. Commissioner Hall, do you have a question, or do you have something?
Well, before we go into our session, a couple things, but
okay,
it was too late. From the last meeting, there were certain things that we agreed on as a condition of approval, and I don't want those things to be lost. One of which is we talked about staffing, and that they would work with the city to determine that. That's not in Mr. Traficante's letter, but things like that I want to make sure are not lost. And another thing I just want to state is that this whole stacking and queuing thing is something that's sort of the unknown. We don't know, right? I think we're going to learn as we go, but that should be specifically stated in Mr. Trevor. So I just wanted our session.
Thank you for that, Commissioner, and I'll depend on you and other board members to refresh our recollection if it comes to regarding any conditions. Are there any members of the public that care to make a statement at this time? Any objectors that care to make a statement at this time? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. Mr. Marcus Nelson.
Just to be clear, is this public comment or?
Excuse me? Who's
just
speaking?
To be clear, Marcus Nelson. Just to be clear, is this public comment now or?
This is public comment. So if you could put your screen on, could you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, give us your address, and your statement for the record, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Marcus Nelson. I live at 198 Market Street, right next door to this project. I put my head to sleep every night a few feet away from where this tower would be. And I've spent a lot of time these last few months before it even reached this board, thinking about this project, the potential impacts on this historic urban core, on the city of Newark at large. I've read the plans and the studies. I visited City Hall to review the plans myself. I believe I met Ms. Meha there. And after all this thought, I'm considering this project not because of what it is, but really what it represents. This city has changed a lot these last few years, and I know that's hard for all of us. But thinking really all the way back to the uprisings and how generations of residents here have seen this struggle to build back up, to turn around the loss of nearly 100,000 residents in the last 60 years and what it's meant to have those neighbors. And so the fact that this applicant tonight feels that it makes any sense at all financially to build a 41-story building with 514 apartments. Means that finally people are moving here and they're largely willing to pay whatever the market rate is. And unlike a lot of the people who've commented tonight who don't live next to or really near this building, I can look out my window right now at the Prudential Center and what's currently on this property. A building whose roof is caved in and I think is growing a tree out of it, that's had a sidewalk shed out on market pretty much as long as I've lived here. This parking lot that gets used a couple times a week for a few hours. I think Ms. Sellers said 3 hours. And even with Nicki Minaj performing out there, it's not that full. But on the other hand, just a few weeks ago with the housing that's here that I live in and Indigo Residences and so many of my neighbors, we're seeing amenities like we have a pizza restaurant that's open until 2 a.m. We have a Chinese place that's open now. We have all these kind of new amenities that are coming about. And it really seems that having more residents here means more of the amenities, more of the activities that enhance our quality of life. But I'll kind of start to close with another point, maybe a slightly selfish point. But again, this applicant knows that enough people are moving here to Newark that are willing to pay for these apartments that they can afford to build this tower. I live here. I've seen the rent going up already. I think all of us have. And even as someone who's a professional, I probably can't afford this new building. But every rich newcomer who can afford this new building when it does get built is someone who will not come to my landlord and offer double my rent because they don't have another option for a building to live in and unconveniently located. So people are coming here. So we can either choose to make room for them or get pushed out and displaced by them. I think with everything I've learned these last few weeks, I am choosing to make room. So I ask this board tonight, approve these variances, approve this site plan, get this building built, all 31 stories of it. Now, I can live with the construction noise, maybe not trying to dig an underground garage as has been proposed, but I can't live here if someone else is offering my landlord more than I can, and I don't have another choice. So after all these hours, let's get this over with. Let's get it done. Let's build this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shinde,
Yes.
Do you have a question? Do you want to make a statement?
I would call it a statement. I'm not expert in the traffic analysis that has been going.
I guess I'd ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony about to provide the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
State your name and give your title, please.
Yes, this is Pallavi Shinde, Director of Planning for the City of Newark, and I just wanted to make a comment. I wanted to just take 2 minutes and let everybody know that the downtown core that this project sits within, like maybe part of it, that's a really old plan. It's from 2004. And that was put together at a time where really it was probably done to cater to the Prudential Center, right? With Prudential Center at its core and all the other uses that will probably act to support Prudential Center. And that's why there was probably accommodation for parking lots, the parking requirement. So that's one statement that I wanted to make. It has been a really long time since 2004. The city is changing. I think for too long, the city has catered to visitors that come to Newark, whether they are coming to work in the city, so come in the morning and leave in the evening, or for events that are held in Prudential Center or anywhere else where they come in for the event for that night and just leave. I think very recently the city is starting to change. It's not just for the visitors of Newark or coming to Newark, but it's also now growing and building itself for the residents of Newark. And I feel that in this area where this project is located, it's one of the first projects that we are seeing that is really changing that core of the city.
Parking requirements are also going to change. I think that, again, I'm not a traffic expert here, but I think that it is a little incorrect to state that, okay, we're going to have 120 cars parked in this development, and then we are going to use all the information or guided by these technical documents that there's going to be number of trips. Each car is going to leave the building for maybe 2 trips. I think that is a little incorrect. I would also say outdated, because when you're talking about the core of the city, that is so close to all the transit points, and at a time when the city is really strengthening its public infrastructure, its pedestrian access and walkability, it would be really wrong to keep doing this back and forth and this highly technical analysis of how many times the car will leave, where is it going to cross, how is it going to impact. I think the city tried to address all those issues when we had those meetings, and we did come to a consensus where we understand that we need to balance it, and we can't be extremely uneven by treating the Edison Place in a way that there is no traffic on Edison Place, but then Market Street is going to absorb everything. I think if we do that, that would not be fair to the residents of Newark, where really Edison Place would only cater to the visitors coming into the parking lots. So we have addressed those issues, and I feel like going forward, we're going to have to do that for every single project that comes in now. And I think the applicant has also showed good faith in coming to these meetings and really addressing all our needs. Again, the needs were mostly in terms of the engineering department's recommendations and their issues, but I think the applicant has done that. So I just want to sum it up. That's
Thank
it.
you. Mr. Berg, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Would you state your name, give us your address, and your statement for the record?
Ryan Berg, 777 MacArthur Highway, Newark. And Mr. Chairman, I do have visuals if that's allowed.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I am opposed to this development. As we spoke about before, I do not believe that this development is consistent with the overarching consistency or the overarching desire to create a 24-hour district that is the overall goal. Viewing here is a overall map of the downtown area. Our site is actually outlined in red right here, and this is listed numbered are the developments that are proposed for Newark, including the city block, which has 11 towers, IDT redevelopment, which also has 5 towers, and I also understand that the applicant has 3 towers with the Halo project. My concern with this project, particularly, is that we are starting to cannibalize our downtown core. I understand that we need housing economically. I'm a millennial. We need housing. I'm thrilled that Newark is being sought after now. But my concern is that we will start to cannibalize, and we've started to cannibalize our downtown core. I understand that the district proposed or the district sought after is 24-hour district, and Jane Jacobs teaches us in Life and Death of American Cities that in order to do that, we need to have a connection to the street. And I just don't see that with a 41-story tower. Previously, during today's meeting, I did speak about how we would be, how if this tower was built, we would end up creating a shadow across Market Street. And in this case, it would be Broad Street. So in this sun study, you can see, I understood that this tower is going to be 465 feet, but so this is where my math is currently. The shadow casted by this tower would be cast across Broad Street, and we'd actually be putting Paramount Theater in consistent shadow. I would warrant a guess that the rebuttal to that would be that Newark building, the Newark building that we were going after, or that we were copying would be the same. But the site context is completely different compared to the site that we have today. Newark building, as you can tell, it does cast a shadow across Broad Street, but it is casting a shadow on the Prudential building, or has Military Park. And then this shadow study is only amplified during the wintertime. This is for the proposed building. So as you can tell, during the winter months, the shadows are just casted across Market Street, and we'll put Market Street in perpetual shadow. Now, I'm not against any development within Newark. I know that I've gotten some comments because I live at a new building that why would I be against the newer building. However, when I was graduating from NJIT 8 years ago, my building was a parking lot, and so I would propose the same for other developments. Here's my page. And we've seen this play out before. As far as wanting to maintain a downtown zone, we've seen this in both Hoboken and Jersey City. Zone 1 is what I'm calling the area where you would mainly have your older buildings, and then you would have your Zone 2, which is where you would have your residential buildings. So, and this is the same as Jersey City. This is Newark Ave, and where we have a bunch of older buildings, and then Zone 2 is where we'd have our residential buildings. So we could do the same on the city. Again, I'm not against development, but I do think that we need to be deliberate with what we're proposing. Again, economics has really focused our shift towards the residential aspect or our Zone 2, but we can't get rid of our design principles because the economics are focusing on our residential. And then I'm going to leave with this, where I was going through our historical archives and found Market Street compared to today, compared to the 1940s. When we talk about multiple streets and wanting to create a Newark that is relevant and reminiscent of our of it being the 1940s, and making sure that Market Street is walkable, we should be going for something along these lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Afalo, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, give us your address, and your statement for the record, please.
My name is Denise Rolfer, Apollo Pavilion Apartments, City of Newark, New Jersey. So I just wanted to share something with everyone. There is a building that was recently finished and built, and it's called the Vermella of Newark. When we found out that this building was coming, all heck broke loose. But that lot sat there, and Mr. Fowler knows, that lot next to the pavilion sat there for almost 35 or 40 years. And we just got used to seeing an empty lot, overgrown trees, and unkept. But when this development happened, the community got involved, and we talked to the people who were building and who owned the lot. I am going to tell you, that building is a beautiful building. And if I'd known that that was going to look like that, maybe we should have pushed before 30 or 40 years to have something built like that. We talk about cars. Now, the Vermella has about 200 or more apartments. I could see maybe 5 or 6 cars parked out there in their parking lot. Most people who are living there or who will be living there will be taking the Broad Street train station. So we talk about, we're trying to get into a transit hub. But I do agree, not everybody is going to be driving. Not everybody is going to be using a car, especially if they live by a transit area. But I'm just telling you, I know that as being a Newarker, and when they start talking about development and everything, it puts a fear into us. And we don't, and what we were used to, I remember how Market Street used to look. I remember how Broad Street used to look. But things change. It starts deteriorating. So we have to go with the change. So I am going to be in favor of this project. I think it is something that is very interesting. Pavilion is made of all glass. I'm waiting to see how this building is going to look. And I think that once it gets built and we see what it looks like, I think that we will be able to be very proud to have something like that in our downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McNulty, you have your hand raised. Do you care to make a statement? Telephone 616. You have to unmute yourself. *6.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Can you hear me now?
That's better. Could you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and your statement for the record, please.
My name is Geraldine Fenner McNulty. I live at 111 Mulberry Street, the former home of the Newark Evening News, which was adapted in the 1980s into a condominium building. I have extensive experience as a planner, urban planner, during my career. I want to point out that this building could work in another part of Newark with more land and less historic development around it. For example, one of the parking lots lining the eastern side of Mulberry Street across from the arena, or the large vacant lot next to the Broad Street Railroad Station and light rail stop. However, the project does not belong in an important historic district in downtown Newark, where many historic buildings have been carefully, lovingly, and handsomely restored. Architecture should reflect and respect the forms, details, and qualities of the surrounding urban landscape and fit into that landscape, not contrast with it. This building's design and height is 41 stories, would be an imposition of an entirely different structural design with no relationship to its surroundings. Lastly, Newark is in the midst of an important building boom. The apartments being built are very expensive. You do not build home equity paying very high rents. I question the city's policy of continuing to give tax breaks for these luxury apartment buildings when home ownership in Newark is 22.9%, and property taxes keep rising for these homeowners. Newark should be encouraging, instead, supporting home ownership in the downtown and elsewhere in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from members of the public? Any other comments from members of the public? Mr. Souter.
Thank you.
And Mr. Souter, before you close, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. It seems to me that clearly accepting the conditions set forth in Mr. Traficante's statement of of May 28th means that you accept the amendments in this revision, revised plan that you forwarded.
That's correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that's how you see this. Closing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I just want to thank the members of the board for your time. This has been up here for a while, so I'm going to try to keep my closing brief because I think we all get what's happening here. I think it's interesting where you have someone who lives in a building built by a Newarker who decided to call it iconic, right? That they don't want iconic things in the neighborhood. I'd be remiss if I didn't note that within a block in either direction, we've decided to build new buildings, right? And this would not be the tallest building within that block radius. There's a 50-plus story building being built on the other end of Branford Place, about a block away. 3 towers, to be exact. We talked a lot, Ms. Heller talked a lot about being a Newarker. I live down the street from Heller Parkway, so I have nothing but respect for the Heller family. But I also say I would not want us to be in a city that was stuck in the 1920s. We've had revolutions in the city. The uprising that we all talked about was started here in Newark and it spread across the country because the living conditions of those times were not okay. Now we're finally getting to the point, right? Sharp James talked about the Renaissance of Newark 40 years ago. We've sputtered and started and stopped and sputtered and started and stopped a bunch of times along the way. When NJ Pack was built, it was a feat. No one thought that was a reality. On Broad Street, we had a row of dilapidated historic buildings that now contain the Prudential Center. Or not the Prudential Center, I'm sorry, Prudential headquarters, right? One of the most iconic companies in the world has decided to remain here and build for tomorrow. And people want us to stay stuck in an era that has done nothing for the Newarkers who are on this meeting. It's done nothing for us. Remain stuck. I personally, there was a comment made earlier that this board shouldn't rely on the staff. Well, I would disagree. I would note that I believe, even when I disagree sometimes with the staff, that your staff is beyond competent. You rely on them to help rebuild the city, a new master plan. And I think that they've done a great job of recommending changes. We all remember a time not too long ago, was it more than 10 years ago, if you really start thinking about it, come 5 o'clock, dust barrels would be down Broad Street. Broad and Market was the emptiest place in Newark, New Jersey, come 4:59. People didn't even wait till 5 o'clock. If you go outside at 4:30, the roads are packed because people are saying you got to get out of Newark before it gets dark. And now people want to bring lights in to downtown Newark. We talk about ruining it for 4 people. We're going to bring 500 plus people to this same neighborhood. We talk about Delta's opening up. I know the owners of Delta. You know how hard it was to get that man to bring his business here? How many other locations that he looked at? And now we're going to put a bunch of people who can go in and be be folks who spend money in his establishment. Folks who spend money in Ms. Heller's building with her new tenant. She's not sure what type of European food they're going to serve, but I'm sure the influx of people would be great for their business. I'm sure the influx of people would be great for the venue next door to that. I'm sure the influx of people would be great for the beer garden. I'm sure the influx of people would be great for hot chicken. I'm sure the influx of people would be great for fast signs. You gotta get a rooftop of amenities with a pool downtown Newark. I venture to say anybody on this call who was born and raised in Newark, New Jersey, you thought you'd be long dead before somebody proposed a pool top roof 40 plus stories high. You probably couldn't even envision it. You probably couldn't. We're one of the greatest engineering and architectural schools in the world, in our city. We couldn't envision our city going that tall. Not for us. But now somebody proposes it, and the neighbor next door, I'm just going to call it what it is, a stick-up. We all Norkers. We know what this is. The traffic backs up illegally on the Broad Street now. We're being asked to preserve illegal activity. The audacity. The audacity. You want to get out of our city as soon as you can, but you want lawlessness to exist in our city and to persist despite us coming up with something different to do. Despite us asking for a better quality of life for ourselves. So, first of all, Marcus, you can come work for me any day of the week. But I will say to you that we are not choosing to just make room for other people. I will continuously come back to this board and remind you all that there are Norkers, that are people who were born and raised in this city that want better things for themselves. There are people who are born and raised in the city who do not want to go to Short Hills to eat. They do not want to go into New York City to eat. They don't even want to go up to Nutley to eat. We rather our pizza here. We would. Give us an opportunity to have something better. And for those people who have decided to continue to make money here and leave and want lawlessness to continue making their money, I say to you, look at them for what they are. And as Norkers, I challenge you to be the Norkers you've always been and call a spade a spade. This building is reminiscent of what Newark should be. I could pull up a postcard right now from the 1920s that had flying vehicles in Newark. In the 1920s, when all of this stuff was put together, these people believed that Newark was the greatest city in America. And it should be. I still believe it is. I think the people on this meeting still believe that Newark is the greatest city in America. And we're going to live up to it. And we're going to build buildings like this. And we're going to build a lot of buildings like this. In our conversations with the city, I just want to be clear that you understand that we understand our place in history in building this building. Traffic patterns will change. People will get used to a new norm. We understand that this will be a first. We get it. Things are going to change. I understand. But this is the change that all of us have been asking for. And for all of the public servants on this call, that's why you're here, for this change. I relinquish my time to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all again. I greatly appreciate you. I ask that you vote yes for this application and grow the city to be the city you've always wanted it to be.
Thank you, Council. If there was any doubt if this is Holy Week, that's been dispelled. We're now in discussion. I have discussion from the board. Commissioner Hall. You're muted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be brief. It's been a long evening. I first want to thank the public and the business owners for your input and thoughts. It's always good to get that we have to make easy. And tonight started off tough for me. Our role on this board is to make sure things are right, make sure things are better for the citizens in our city. And when I say that, we had an application that started one way, it was turned another way because of our input and because of our professionals we made what I think a better application. I started out very concerned about Edison Place, very concerned about Marketplace, very concerned about deliveries and where they want to take place, very concerned about the foundation, all of those things. We didn't just our professional Charlie Traficante didn't just come up with them. These were questions that we asked and that we were concerned about. I was glad to see Mr. Traficante's letter. I think it accomplished a whole lot of what we were talking about. And I still have concerns going forward because I know it's not going to be perfect. Edison Place is not going to be perfect. It's going to be a learning curve. But that memo addresses the things that I could think of and that my colleagues could think of. It's in there. And our city, our professional, our engineering department, you heard them. They're sharp, they're on it, they're concerned. And again, we made a better application. The project, in my opinion, is a good project that has been made better. To see this building go downtown Newark, the center of downtown, is a wonderful thing for a lot of different reasons. I think we keep building stuff, and this is a beautiful thing to have in the center of our downtown area where businesses are. But think about where they aren't, and these places still closed. Retail stores still closed, still closed, still closed. This building will attract a higher end of retail, maybe get a major department store back downtown Newark, Bamberger's for some of you, Macy's for some of you younger ones today. It's a great thing. I mean, they're going to stimulate that downtown economy. And it's going to make other people say, look at them, we could do it, we want to be there too. We want a piece of where Newark is going. and I really don't see any cons in this. To me, it's all yes, yes, yes. Excepting for any of us think it's going to be perfect on Edison Place, on Market Street. It's not. But the city has tied itself into it, leaned into it, and I think things will gradually work the way they're supposed to work. And don't forget, we also tied the Pro Center into this. So working off of their schedule, coordination, all that's going to be important. But in the meanwhile, we're revitalizing our downtown area. So, you know, I just see beautiful things happening from here. So, Chair, long story short, I'm very much in favor of this application.
Thank you. Vice Chair Monfort.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
As Commissioner Hall said, thank everyone for coming out. When you look at this project, I look at a lot of things that have happened here. That barricade on Edison, it does not say Edison Place. It does not say the restaurants on it. It says City of Newark Police Department. We've been through several police directors, several captains, several chiefs, several directors of the engineering department who have not saw fit to change the process. Since Prudential's been there, this has been the process. I think it's a great project. I heard everyone, but Mr. Chair, I'm going to tell you up front, I'll vote for the project, but I will not be voting yes on the conditional site plan. I think they need to come back to us with the full site plan intact and let us know what's going on. So you get the yes vote on one part, but I'm voting no on the site plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Monfort. Are there any other comments from the board? So what a troubling plan this has been. What a troubling application this has been. I want to join my commissioners in thanking, I guess I'll begrudgingly thank both council. No, just kidding. I think both council conveyed their thoughts and their positions well. I think Mr. Skolnick, and on behalf of Ms. Heller, helped to make this a better application, along with our staff. I was really concerned about this. I think last week we spent an inordinate amount of time because there were real problems with the traffic. Look, this is a disruptive project. It's a building that looks complete. It's a super modern building in a historic area. The Landmark and Preservations Committee thought it was okay. And I'm not going to, and I don't feel that I'm equipped to supplant their decision. They decided that a 1940 looking building was not appropriate, and this building was. And that's a decision that we entrust with them. And again, I'm not going to supplant their decision. This is a signature building. It's exciting, but it's disruptive. It is disruptive. And you know what? It's going to cause more traffic. I'm sure about it. Every development we bring into our city has that effect. And I listen to traffic engineers talk about 6-second delays, and I know it takes me a lot longer to get from my home in North Newark to down to Rutgers than it ever did. And that's part of the process, right? That's part of the growing pains. I think it was wholly inappropriate to cause the traffic problems that this unamended or unrevised, better word, plan would have caused on Market Street. The secondary street, the ancillary street of Edison, is far more suited to have that entrance exit on. Yeah, there are a lot of people that use that. We're going to have to control that. Yeah, the traffic is a problem. We're going to have to find a better way to control that. And that will have to be done. I think that I disagree with Mr. Skolnick, the learned Mr. Skolnick, about staging. And that's just something that is not within the municipal land use law. That I think is in the jurisdiction of this board. Certainly, that's something the city has to deal with, and I expect they will. I do hear Mr. Skolnick's concern about not having the plan within 10 days. I would note, though, that we had these plans within the appropriate time. The changes that were made were changes suggested by this board at our first hearing. And I think it's standard for the board to make suggestions that may lead to revised plans. I think that's what we have here. Disruptive, yes, this is a disruptive plan. But this is a signature building. Some of us will think it's wonderful to have a modern building in this downtown area. It will certainly bring more life to a downtown area that just has not taken off. Restaurant after restaurant has failed. And it's my hope that bringing people will change the revival. As council said, the long awaited renaissance that was promised. I wish it wasn't really 40 years ago, but I guess that's true. It just scares me when I hear that number. So I think with all the conditions, and I'd like, bear with me, I'd like to run through some, and I'd ask board members to help me if I forget some. These are the conditions, some of the conditions I noted. The applicant agreed to maintain parking staff levels that they mentioned on the record. They did and will revise the plans accordingly to the extent they haven't been to order the loading and parking plans. They're going to work. Well, they're going to ensure that the proper turns will only be allowed entering and exiting the site. They're going to discuss with the city and enter into an agreement regarding appropriate delivery times to the site. They're going to control the size of trucks that are able to enter the site. I think the other one that we mentioned today was they're going to work with the city no less than quarterly, but more if required by the city, to review traffic around the site and update and make any changes that are required. Did I leave anything out? Those are the conditions that I noted. I'd asked our board secretary and council to review the extensive record to make sure that if there were any that I left out, that we include them. And with those, which I think are pretty stringent, I'll be in support of this. And I just hope that in the future, this was a little clunky, but I hope future applications will be a little less clunky. Commissioner Caban.
After listening to everyone, well, first of all, thank you to the objectors and supporters, but I still have concerns with this parking system and the traffic that it's gonna cause. The iconic building is a block away, and there's people parking on Edison Street every night, despite the signs that say no parking. So, I mean, I understand that we need more housing and development. I just don't know if this is the right place for that building. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Are there any other comments from the board? Hearing no further comments, may I have a motion, please?
Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
like to make a motion to approve application ZBA -24-002 -200-208 Market Street and 21-23 Edison Place with all the conditions.
We have a motion for approval with conditions. Commissioner Hall, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Monfort. Call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Can you come back to me?
Member Caban,
No.
Member Torres. No. Member Jones, Okay. So yes or no?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse,
Yes. Commissioner Monfort, do you have a site plan motion?
Make a motion that the site plan be approved with, the condition that they have to come back to the board for final approval, no conditional approval.
We have a motion for preliminary site plan approval with final site plan approval to come back to this board with full showing that all conditions have been met. Is that correct, Commissioner Vice Chair Munford? Is that correct, Vice Chair Munford? Did I get that correct?
Got it correct.
May I have a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian.
No.
Member Torres,
No.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Congratulations, your application and preliminary site plan have been approved. You're going to have to return to the board with a final site plan. You might want to share it with Council Skolnick before you come. That would be appreciated. See if you could work out any concerns before you get here. I want to really, on behalf of the board, thank Council for the objectors, Ms. Heller, for your clear, deep knowledge of the business in the area. I'd echo Council Souter's kudos to the great Heller family, who's forever going to be emblazoned in a fine part of the city. And thank you for coming with council. I think you made this a better application along with all of the public and the staff. I think we worked really hard on this. I think we tried to, staff tried to bring the new requirements of our zoning law, which had these staff meetings to try and work out issues before they get to the board. It was a little clunky. I hope we'll get better at it and things will work smoother in the future. And I'm still waiting to see what that 6-second delay is like. Thank you all for coming out. Council, are there any resolutions to be approved?
Yes.
How many?
One.
What is it? What could you tell us what it is, please?
The ZBA 23-64, which is 127, 131, 133, 135 South 14th Street, and 124, 148 South 15th Street.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hall,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian.
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Ms. Mejia, are there any minutes to be memorialized?
No.
Council, any matters which require us to go into executive session?
No.
Thank you. Before we move to adjourn again, Mr. Plata, Mr. Hazel, I need, I know tomorrow's a holiday, but certainly hopefully by mid next week, I'm gonna need to have us put our heads together with Ms. Mejia and Ms. Palave to get a session together, a joint session with the supplemental board, so we can proceed with that meeting and then with the supplemental board thereafter. So please, let's try and get, I think, Mr. Hazel called it Board Planning 101, and I guess, Mr. Plata, it'll be the Law of the Board 101, the MLUL. With that, thank you all. Another one of these unusual nights these days, 11:38. Miss Mejia, I don't know where Miss Juma is. I'm getting a little worried about her.
I believe she took the day off because I decided to show up at the meeting. So she took a break.
So Paladin was here.
And let the record reflect, it is 11:38, and Miss Shinde not only is here, but
Still here.
she's still awake.
See you.
Quite unusual. And please remember, you have off tomorrow. That's why. It was good to also have our engineer here 2 weeks in a row. Welcome. Good to see you. Great to meet you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. This is a great opportunity, you know, to be like everybody said before, the Renaissance of Newark. So I feel honored to be part of it.
This was an interesting application. Anyway, are we here next week, Miss Mejia?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Do we have a meeting next week, Miss Mejia?
No, we are not.
I'd just like to hear that. They were trying to get us to meet next week. I want you to know, I said not next week. We'll have to push it out. So thank you for the special meeting date. Don't forget, you all agreed to be here on May 2nd. With that, a motion to adjourn is always in order.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.